वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती धीनाम वित्र्यवतु कनिक्रदज्जनुषं प्राण इयरति वाचमरिते वनावम् सुमङ्गलश्च शकुने भवासि मात्वा काचिदभिभाविष्व्या विदत मात्पाश्येन उद्वधीन्मासु पर्णो मात्वा विदधिषु मान् वीरो अस्ता पितृयामनुप्रदिशङ्कनिक्रदत्सु मङ्गलो भद्रवादीव देहा अवक्रन्ददक्षिणतो गृहाणां सुमङ्गलो भद्रवादी शकुन्ते मानस्तेन ईशतमाघशं सोबृहद्वदेम विदथे सुवीराः वाङ्मे मनसि प्रतिष्ठिता मनो मे वाचि प्रतिष्ठिता मा विरावीर्म एधि वेदस्य म आणीस्थश्रुतं मे मा प्रहासीः अनेनाधीतेनाहोरात्रान् सन्दधामि ऋतं वदिष्यामि सत्यं वदिष्यामि तन्मामवतु तद्वक्तारमवतु अवतु मामवतु वक्तारमवतु वक्तारम् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Samudra Manthanam, a Dhara event on maritime tradition. Organized by Ministry of Education with Ministry of Culture and Sikha Anusandhan University, Bhubaneswar. Now we are at panel 1. The topic of discussion will be maritime history, location, shipbuilding and navigation. It's an honor for me to introduce the chairperson of panel 1, Professor K.K. Basa. Professor K.K. Basa is currently working as the Vice Chancellor of Maharaj Ramachandra Bhanjadev University, Baripada. He was the Tagore National Fellow, Ministry of Culture, Government of India during 1920. Professor Basa did his master's degree in history from Utkal University and secured his PhD from University of London in 1991. He was the Commonwealth Postdoctoral Academic Staff Fellow of University of Cambridge. He was the recipient of Indo-French Cultural Exchange Fellowship in 1997. He was the former director of Indira Gandhi Rashtriya Manav Sangrahalaya Bhopal, the director of Indian Museum Kolkata, the director of Anthropology Survey of India. Professor Basa, a well-known scholar in maritime activities. Some of his prominent publications in the area include the relationship between early Southeast Asian and Indian glasses, cultural relationship between India and Southeast Asia, the maritime archaeology of India, Odisha. Recently, he has been appointed as the Director of Anthropology Survey of India. This is just a glimpse on his appointment, his capabilities, his everything. So may I now request Professor Kishore Kumar Basa to chair and conduct the proceedings of the session. Sir, please. Excuse me. May I request other panelists, please come to the stage. Dr. Amit Kumar, Fellow Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, New Delhi. Dr. Amit. May I request Dr. Lalatendu Das Mahapatra, Director cum Officer Special Duty, High Court, Odisha. Sir, please. May I request Commodore Johnson, India Maxwell Leadership Certificate Coach, Mumbai. Sir, please. May I request Commodore Srikant B. Kesnur, retired Director, Navy Historian, former Director, Maritime Welfare Center, Mumbai. May I now request Professor Basa to kindly chair the.
Fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Uh, it's indeed a great pleasure and privilege for me to chair the first uh, panel discussion. Uh, when we talk of India's maritime heritage, you see, I am reminded of my young days because my PhD in the University of London was uh, early trade between India and Southeast Asia, with a special reference to glass beads. I was uh, arguing how glass bead was an item of trade between glass, tiny little things. Uh, and I had worked on a site called Bandon Tafet, an Ironized site about 4th century BC, 4th or 3rd century BC site in Thailand, which was excavated by my supervisor and some of the Thai archaeologists. And there were 3,000 glass beads on that site. So that formed the main corpus of my empirical research. And then I went to Thailand, studied the did the studied the glass beads of other sites, and then I came back to India and studied the museum collections. And we argued. Then also we went for certain chemical analysis, energy dispersive X-ray analysis of the glass beads. And then we argued that no, it was not merely in terms of shape and size and color, but in terms of the chemical constituents. Those were similar. And we argued how India was an exporter of glass beads to Southeast Asia. That was the comments to when I sort of in a brief my work. But then there was also a theoretical perspective which was known as Immanuel Wallerstein's world system perspective, which I also applied in my research. The important thing of maritime history is, see, if you talk in terms of separate sort of local area, it's fine. Every coastal area has its link, has some kind of maritime history, which all of us should be proud of. But then, in the last 40 years, the perspective has changed from locally embedded situations to an Indian Ocean perspective. You cannot understand the maritime history of Odisha by confining your attention to archaeological sites or maritime history or archives, whatever the case may be. Therefore, it is important that we must try to situate our maritime historical research in terms of an Indian Ocean perspective. That gives you a better scope, a better perspective. Then only you can situate yourself. Then only you can situate yourself where we are. Uh, the other thing is that more and more archaeological excavations are being done throughout Asia. I mean, sort of South Asia, Southeast Asia, even sort of Eastern Africa. Would you please stop your discussion? That's not fair. Please go out. If you don't, we're not interested. You see, I'm a typical teacher. Forgive me. See, point is, I was a teacher for 38 years, and I make it very clear. I don't compel any student of mine to come to the class. But if somebody is in my class, he's in my class. I'm sorry, I'm harsh. That's my, forgive me, for my bad, rude behavior. Uh, the point is, see, therefore, and then when you talk of maritime heritage is multidisciplinary. You cannot confine yourself to only history and archaeology. You have to go for archaeological research. You have to go for studying of ship wreckages. The Indian Institute of Oceanography in Goa, they are doing very good work in terms of diving and rescuing our sort of the ships that are drowned, and much information can be obtained from that. Much work can be done by our colleagues from Indian Navy. That you can contribute much more to that heritage, which has not been explored that much, considering the rich maritime of this country. The third thing I would like to say is that it is important that we are working in a very sectoral manner. I'm an archaeologist. I'm working on, let's say, I'm concerned with the archaeologists who are working in Thailand or Indonesia, or for that matter in the Gulf region. As an archaeologist, I have got contact. So also, for example, if you are studying sea packages, somebody is working in, let's say, in the Indian Institute of Oceanography, or then the best sort of one of the best centers of maritime heritage is Southampton, UK, Southampton. So, the, and there are others also. But I think time has come in India. We should have a very multidisciplinary and multi-perspectives approach to maritime history. Now, I would request, it's good that you have organized this kind of seminar. It's very good. I mean, we are getting the perspectives from different persons. I mean, in terms of diplomacy, in terms of history, in terms of warfare. There are so many aspects of maritime heritage. And maritime heritage, again, cannot be understood unless its relationship with the littoral, the inland. Because unless and until there is an inland and coastal relationship, then you can think of going across the sea. Maritime routes, maritime indigenous knowledge system. I think the IKS Indian Knowledge System group is here. There are many things can be worked on the Indian knowledge system. The typical, looking at the star. How my distinguished navigators, Navy's people are there. They know it better than me. Now you have got very good compass and all those things. But think of a time when they sort of knowing the direction on the basis of the looking at the star. Now, there are, for example, in Odishan coast, there are certain traditional sort of lighthouses. You see, there are sort of what do you say when we drop, you just stop the sea? What is anchor? Anchor. There are plenty of anchors. Much of the documentation is needed. There are two levels of research. One is at a very preliminary documentation level, and the other is the high-tech level research. We have to do both. Some documentation has taken place, but we have to go for much more documentation in all branches of maritime history. Now, that is number one. And then we can think of a multidisciplinary center. So, the Center for Indian Knowledge System can also contribute to the study of maritime heritage. That is an area perhaps not much emphasis has been given. With this preliminary statement, I'm sorry again, I was harsh on you because they are ladies, and not only ladies, they are my daughters. Therefore, as a father, I have every right to scold them. So, and this is my style. Forgive me. I mean, you have not worked with me. Those who have worked with me in my university or anywhere, they know. So I get angry, then I get quiet, then I pacify them. You see, after all, they are our children. So, with this preliminary statement, I have great pleasure and privilege. There are very well-known experts in the field, and may I now request the first speaker, Dr. Amit Kumar. But before I request him, may I say that he is a fellow at Nehru Memorial Museum and Library in New Delhi. But before that, he was research fellow at the Indian Council of World Affairs, New Delhi. He was also associated with the Observer Research Foundation and National Maritime Foundation, New Delhi. And his research interests include Indian Ocean geopolitics, maritime security, Indo-Pacific affairs, India's foreign and neighborhood policy, and South Asian affairs. Now, before he speaks, when we are talking of the policy of not only look east but also act east, we have, from the maritime history point of view, this India-Southeast Asia relationship. I'm not talking purely from as an ODI. I'm talking from the national perspective also. Much more things can be done, but through this soft diplomacy. We are always engaged in big diplomacy, but maritime history between India and Southeast Asia can be a very good medium. We can take the advantage of the Ministry of Foreign External Affairs as well. So what I propose today is that let this seminar be a kind of foundation stone for thinking of an interdisciplinary maritime heritage national level center involving different ministries, Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Science and Technology, Ministry of Ocean Development. Unless until we think like this, we cannot be a knowledge power in 21st century India. Therefore, we have to think big. And lastly, I would say that uh, he said that I have been appointed as sort of director anthropology of India. I was director anthropology of India 12 years ago. Recently, I have been appointed as chairman National Monument Authority, which means I'll be going to Delhi in next 2 months. Thank you.
Yeah, you can do. Next. Good morning. I will talk about India's maritime tradition in the ancient past. I'm not talking about medieval. There are many literature about Chola things and India's maritime tradition during medieval period and after that. So I'm focusing on ancient period because this period history of maritime history I'm talking is not well documented. There are many references, but these are not well documented. And there is a need of greater attention on this aspect and much more research on this subject. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Okay. Fine. Okay. Okay. First, I will start. What is the dilemma existing there? Whether India had the forest tradition or not. Many texts written by Western historian or Marxist historian, they are talking about India's overland connection with contemporary civilization in ancient period. But there are many references that proves that India had maritime connect during that time also. And major parts are unknown or unexplored. That's why we need more study on this subject. And why we need much attention on ancient maritime connect, India's ancient maritime connect. I have IR background, international relation background. I work on foreign policy. So I would like to say it is very important from defense, security, and foreign policy perspective. What should be India's maritime policy? Policy makers should know the ancient past, our cultural and trade connect with ma- contemporary civilization in ancient period, uh, in Indian Ocean or other maritime connect. Till about the middle of the 20th century, many historians believed that the Indus Valley civilization was continental in composition and its trade with contemporary civilization of West Asia was over terrestrial routes to Baluchistan and West Iran. However, archaeological excavations during the late 1950s have revealed a coastal element of maritime element of the Indus Valley civilization. The finding from excavation suggests maritime linkages between the Indus and the contemporary civilization of West Asia. Mainly excavation at Lothal, which is called a landmark in the India's maritime history, have brought a paradigm shift in the existing historical perception. The excavation was led by the great archaeologist S.R. Rao. The dimension of Lothal dockyard entail robust maritime activities of the Indus people. Measurement of this is important. Measurement of the yard 710 feet long and 120 feet wide suggests that it might have been used either as a dock or large side ship going vessel or as a boat pen for a number of small craft. And simultaneously, the theories related to shifting shorelines of Gujarat coast also support the hypothesis that Lothal was an ancient port of the coast of Arabian Sea. This is the local dockyard. Next. Other evidences like which we found from excavation of other Harappan coastal sites like bead making center, hooks for deep sea fishing, and recent excavation at Padri. Padri is just situated some kilometer away from Bhavnagar district of Gujarat, and that was excavated by the archaeologist of Deccan College, Pune, confirmed that the site belongs to a fairly mature Harappan period, datable to 2200 BC. And there are numerous evidence of exploitation of marine resource at this site. And one of the important thing is here, large fish hook, copper fish hook, fish hook. That states that uh, probably the hooks were that used for used to catch a large marine fish, not a river fish, large marine fish weighing more than 50 kg. This reflects the Harappan mastery in the deep sea fishing and the use of large boats. These are some evidences. In addition to bead factory, workshop of coppersmith have been excavated at Lothal. The occurrence of bun-shaped ingots says that copper was imported from overseas sources. Bun-shaped ingots have been found at Ras Al Kuala and Persian Gulf Islands near Bahrain. In addition, the difference in ingots found at Mohenjo-daro and Lothal indicates that they were getting supply of copper from two different sources. Means one was local source, inland overland source. The second was maritime source. Most beside there was some evidence from the seal, a square seal of the Indus origin found at Ur, Kis, and Asmar. All are near the Bahrain, come from Akkadian levels. It is reasonable to believe that Indian ports had direct contact with Sumerian ports in the Akkadian period. These were some evidence we found, archaeologists found. Now, next. Harappan maritime trade network. An extensive maritime trade network existed between the Harappan and Mesopotamian civilizations from as early as the middle Harappan phase, with much commerce being handled by middlemen merchants from Dilmun. Dilmun is near Palsium Gulf. You can say modern Bahrain and Falaka, located in the around the location is not exactly clear, but it was near the Persian Gulf. Such long distance sea trade became feasible with the innovative development of plank-built watercraft equipped with a single central mast supporting a sail of woven dresses or cloth. The pottery seal and trinkets of Sumerian origin found at Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, Shahudaro, and Lothal, and the Indus seals, beads, and waves found in the Sumerian cities in the 1st and 2nd millennium BC are indicative of extensive maritime commercial and a robust trade relationship between the trading center of two civilizations. The recent discovery of a Persian Gulf seal at Lothal and similar findings of several seals bearing the Indus motif and script in Bahrain and Falaka says that the Persian Gulf region was an active participant in the Indo-Sumerian trade. This is the picture that showed three major centers near the Bahrain, that is Dilman, Falaka, Uruk. These were trade centers between Mesopotamia and Gujarat coast, and between the Gujarat coast and West Asia. Next. There were some ancient texts and maritime connects that show that there were maritime connects between Indus Valley civilization and Mesopotamia and Sumerian civilization. Mainly Akkadian texts show that communication of some kind were maintained with the inhabitants of three lands that was shown in last figure: Dilmun, Magan, and Meluhua. These were centers of trade in West Asia, and the Dilmun was probably associated with the ancient site on the islands of Bahrain in the Persian Gulf. That was nearest center from the Gujarat. In the Bronze Age, because of its location along the sea trade route linking Mesopotamia with the Indus Valley civilization, Dilmun developed into one of the greatest enterprises of trade of the ancient world. It was also a distribution center, major distribution center. Besides, there were many evidence of seals, geometric design, poetry, and painting that indicate maritime connects between Indus Valley civilization and Sumerian civilization and Mesopotamian civilization. I'm not going to discuss in detail. Okay. Deep boats and maritime, to many references of reed boats, row boats, and sailing boats are also there. A crude boat representing a seal found in Harappan is recognized as a sailing ship. Various archaeological reports from the Gulf region support the hypothesis that traders of Harappans were used to ply their boats to Oman, Iwai, and Bahrain. Next. 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 Now there are very few things. Okay, I will discuss Vedic period now. I have only 5 minutes. So. After Indus Valley civilization for about 600 years, there is no enough archaeological or literary evidence of seafaring activity by Indus and by Indians. After that, in Vedic period, after 600 of gap, there are evidence uh, that Indian connect with Southeast Asia, Indian connect maritime connects with West Asia, mainly Vedic literature, Vedas, Purana, Ramayana, Mahabharata suggest Indian built ships navigated the sea and monopolized international trade both by sea and land route. The Vedas and Puranas reflect with several references of boats, ships, sea voyages, and seaborne trade. At only the Rig Veda contains more than 100 references to ocean, Samudra. Mahabharata, Dona Parva, Puranas, Ramayana, etc. There are many references. I'm not going to discuss all these things. Pura. Next. After that, I'm discussing Nanda and Maurya period. Maritime connects during Nanda and Maurya period. Greek and Roman literary records of Alexander in India campaign, Jatka, and contemporary events provide ample evidence of maritime interaction and oceanic enterprises. The Periplus describes Greco-Roman merchant sailing of, you can say, in western coast of India or near Karachi or Pakistani coast nowadays, you can say. Pliny, author of natural history, provides some more interesting detail of shipping and navigation during the Mauryan period. Jataka story talk about India's maritime connect with West Asia. Greek writers Arian and some other talked about flourishing shipbuilding industry in those days offered employment for many people. Cortelia's writing of Megastin is shipping provides information about the board of shipping and commissioner of ports who supervise sea traffic. There was post of Navdacha, superintendent of shipping, to look after the shipping administration. Various type of port taxes also indicate the wide range of maritime activity during Mauryan period. Megastin noticed the existence of separate class of the shipbuilders among the artisan class. Asoka Maritime connects after the Mauryan. During the reign of Asoka, whose empire covered more area than Chandragupta Maurya, developed a systematic maritime connection with distant states. There are many evidences, like there is clear evidence of Asoka's son Mahendra and daughter Sanghmitra having sailed from Tramlipti to Ceylon, and many rock edicts, Asoka rock edicts, like 13 rock edicts and others, reflect India's maritime connect with distant lands. Jataka story also reflects the same. Yeah. Again, Periplus describes a series of journey from Egypt to South India by indirect coastal route as well as direct route. Text of Periplus describes the characteristics of every port: stride, storm, warning signal, places of shelter, the trade that was carried on, and the personalities of the inhabitants and collaboration to be expected from the rulers. The anonymous author of Periplus also described the presence of Greek ships at Muzri's port. Interestingly, a Tamil text used the similar text in describing the Muzri's port. Uh, the, they, the same Tamil text and Roman text explain how Muz, Roman Muzri's trade was flourished that day, and there was some description about some other like at eastern coast Ramlipti port and some small ports at western coast. That nature of the ports and trade described, no, India was not only overland connected with West Asia and East Asia. There was maritime connect that is ignored. There is need to document all these things, the small things. Like Muzri's thing is not very old. We got to know about Muzri's maritime connects with Roman world. in last 25 to 30 years after the excavation. Earlier, we have no knowledge of such type of connection. And other books also, like Strabo's book Geographia, and some books written by others, they have many references of coastal elements of trade in India and its nature of trade, nature of trader, and connection between river and port. That clearly indicates that maritime trade was flourishing during Mauryan period, after that Ashoka period, then Satavahana period, and Kusana period. Thank you.
Uh, Thank you, Dr. Kumar, for giving us a broad perspective of on with which the maritime history and heritage can be reconstructed on the basis of a multidisciplinary approach. I must apologize that it was an interesting talk, but the job of the chairman is a very unpleasant job. I must apologize to all my panelists because I have to stick to time, and that is the job of a chairman. I mean, if you will be in my position, also you'll be doing that hard job. Uh, so therefore, may I request Dr. Lalatendu Das Mahapatra to make his presentation. Dr. Lalatendu Das Mahapatra is a very well-known uh, uh, scholar on maritime history. He is now the director come officer on special duty for Center for Judicial Archives, High Court of Odisha. But prior to that, he was the deputy director general of Archaeological Survey of National Archives of India, New Delhi. Uh, he has worked very extensively on the maritime history of Odisha, and also the economic history and history of Indian judiciary. And also he has contributed significantly for the 19th century Odia identity movement. And his books include Commerce in Odisha, John Beams and Odisha, uh, Otito Odisha No Banijya, that is the sort of the maritime commerce of ancient Odisha. He's a very good scholar on Pankaj Jha, the first sort of uh, very well-known prose writer of Odisha, and he has published more than 50 research papers in various uh, journals of repute. So, may I request Dr. Lalatendu Das Mahapatra to make his presentation, please? Again, after 10 minutes, I'll just give a dot, and in next 5 minutes, you have to wind up. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Basa. Uh, respect distinguished audiences and respected chairperson and my co-panelist. The topic which I will discuss today is where the maritime trade of Odisha was situated. As Professor Basa has also already said in his address that it is very important to situate our history, or the maritime history of Odisha, not only on the basis of sources from either archives or archive, but where it was situated in the context of Indian Ocean. And that I will try to focus where the trade of Odisha was situated in the context of Bay of Bengal. So every year we celebrate in Odisha this Kartik Purnima Day as the day of boat floating day. Apart from that, we have also another rituals, that is Khudur Kuni Usa. And in that Khudurkoni Osa, actually that is celebrated in the month of Bhadrava, because in the month of Bhadraava is considered as the season for the return ships. The ships which went to this south, they return on the month of Bhadraava, especially by taking the advantage of southwest monsoon wind. And that was a period of, what should say, when that was a period when the ships are very much vulnerable in mid sea. There is a chance of tempest or even shipwreck. So for the safe return of their brothers, the sisters in home, they celebrate this Khudurkoni Usa. They just offer their worships and offerings to the village Mangala. I pray you that my brother must return from the foreign land safely. And there also in our Odia literatures also there are numerous such instances which says about Odisha's maritime linkage with Ceylon. In there was a one couplet in the in a text of Upendra Bhanja, was a medieval romantic poet. There he there he has said that when a ship enters to the Ceylon, that and all these crews and merchants, they were greeted by the women folk there. And similarly, there are also many such palm leaf manuscripts, which some of them have not been published yet. It says about Odisha's link with Ceylon. And in many of our oral tradition also, this Ceylon is very important. For example, in Kakotpur, the deity Mongala, it is said about her that has been brought to there by one Dodhi Bamana Sahu, who was a merchant there. And he had brought it from Ceylon. And again, on the bank of Prachi river, Tudangagada, there also oral tradition prevails there that the king of a prince of Ceylon, he had married to a princess of the Ganga family. So now my question is, why Ceylon is so relevant in our maritime tradition? If you look at our records in Dutch records or in English sources in archives, there we can find this answer. Because Ceylon, prior to from a very long time, it was dependent on Odisha for its rights, because Ceylon was a rice deficit area, and so also Maldives Island. For a very long time, they were depending upon Odisha for their rice. And also in entire Indian Ocean, Odisha was a typical example of the trade in in the items of day-to-day consumption. Odisha mostly exported cheap rice, even though Ceylon was nearer to Kannada and Konkan coast, but they never imported any foodstuffs, any type of foodstuff from there. It is because the rice of Odisha and Bengal, they are very cheap, and they are the rice of coarser variety. So even if it involved some transportation cost, it was still sold in very cheap price in Ceylon and Maldives. And in return, Ceylon also supplied something which was also very much in demand in Odisha. For example, the betel nut. It was grown very extensively in Ceylon. And apart from that, Ceylon also supplied conch shells, because conch shells was also very important for our rituals. And then Ceylon also supplied elephant. Those elephants were needed for the war purpose. Even though Odisha was very rich in elephant, but the Ceylonese elephant had a very special demand here because they were used by the local jamidars and rajas for hunting and war purposes. So, in this way, the economy of Odisha and Ceylon were closely linked together. So, another country which had also a very important trade relationship with Odisha was Maldives, because Maldives was also an island which did not produce any foodstuff. So they also depended upon Odisha for their rice. And in return, Maldives exported Kaudi to Odisha, because in pre-modern period, Odisha was the largest user of the Kaudi, because Kaudi was the only currency which was used in Odisha. And in 17th century, though the economy of India under the Mughal influence was gradually monetized, but there was some exception in Odisha, because in Odisha the emphasis was still on Kaudi, and also the land revenue was also collected in Kaudi and also in kind. So in this process, both Odisha and Maldives, they are closely interdependent. So you might be also knowing how in 1817, when the Pike Rebellion took place, and one of the main issues of these Paikos were the demonetization of Kaudi, because when East India Company occupied Odisha in 1803, the first thing they did was to demonetize Kaudi, and in that place they used copper and silver currency, which the people rejected. They did not accept, and as a result, there was a mass inflation. So that was the reason why the Pike Rebellion of 1817 took place. So in this process, I'm saying Odisha's trade link with Maldives and Ceylon was very important. And then Odisha also exported textiles to other parts of Southeast Asian countries. And an English report also says that even the worst varieties of textiles produced from Jagatsinghpur area, because Jagatsinghpur at that time it was known as Hariyarpur, that was a textile hub. So even the worst varieties of textiles was also in great demand in the market of Bantam in Indonesia. So, so, so that is so that's why I'm saying that in this process, Ceylon was so much relevant to Odisha and also in our culture. So that's why it has found expression in our culture also, and it is so much impacted also, and how the common men, they were benefited by these trade activities. That I will cite one such example of Balasore port, because in the mid 19th century, Balasore was still a very important port, where actually in every year, actually hundreds of ships, they went to different places. They went to Colombo, they went to Burma, because at that time even Balasore rice was also in demand in Ceylon, and also in Coromandel coast also. So Fakir Mohan Senapati, our celebrated Odia writer, he for some in his childhood days he was working as a contractor in Balasore port. His job was to supply sales to different ships. So there in his account he has mentioned that even from rich to even to the poor, all sections of people are benefited by these shipping activities. So yeah, I'm citing just one example how even a sweeper of the town was benefited by this by this shipping activity, because in those days, Balasore used to import dry fish and coars and coconut from Lakadip, and in return, the ships from Lakadip they took rice from Balasore. But apart from rice, they also took one thing, that is earthen pot, because earthen pot was not produced there in Lakadip. So what happens actually? The sweepers in in that port town, they used to collect those earthen pots in the crematorium, and and they collected those earthen pots and sold them at a little bit cheap price to the merchants of Lakadip. So in this process, what I am to say, in this process, the shipping activities has so much impacted the economic life of the people. So when at the end of the 19th century, many of the Odia intellectuals they demand the revival of the salt manufacture, because British government is also has banned the salt manufacture and salt trade. They demanded the again the revival of this salt manufacturing, and in his essay Fakirman Senapati has also mentioned that in this process it has ruined the economic life of the people of Balasore. So even though this maritime trade, the traditional maritime trade has totally extinguished, but because of this economic impact on the people, that it has survived in the form of our culture. That I am to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mahapatra, for sticking to the time. May I now request Commodore Oracle Johnson to present his paper. I have the pleasure of introducing Commodore Oracle Johnson, who has been a professional seafarer and maritime expert for 39 years, with experience of mercantile marine, Indian Navy, and academic research. He has two MSc degrees, an MPhil, and a PhD in subjects related to maritime dimension. I'm so glad, being a professional seafarer, you are so much interested in this academic interest, in relation to maritime dimension. He has authored a very interesting book, Timeless Wake, The Legacy of Royal Indian Navy in World War II, in addition to many scholarly works. At the moment, Commodore Johnson is Director, Maritime History Society. Commodore Johnson, please. Sorry, 10 minutes after I was there.
आकाशात् पतितं तोयं यथा गच्छति सागरं सर्वदेव नमस्कारं केशवं प्रति गच्छति. Respected chair, fellow panelists, dignitaries of stage and enthusiasts, कुर्सी की पेटी बांध लें, समुद्रवर्ती यात्रा आरंभ हो चुकी है. शुभ बोधत्य बंदना. Today on Krishna Pratipad, Kartik Mas in Vikram Samvat 2079, I count it an honor to be here to learn and to share some of my own learnings. Bharatiya Samudravarti Itihasa is a wide multidisciplinary focus or domain on which the focus of this panel is on locations, shipbuilding, and navigation. And I am overflowing with gratitude at the opportunity to stand among very illustrious people. I want to set the wind and the waves as we seafarers would like to take sail. And that is just two elements. And that is Jnana Manthan. I know the topic is Samudra Manthan, but I've been sharing this for almost a decade, that if you dive into any scriptural verse, behind the implied meaning, there is an subtle or underground meaning. And to me, Samudra Manthan is fine, but I believe when Suras and Asuras were involved in the churning through Mandar of the Sagar, actually it is the knowledge Sagar, and the nectar or Amrit is the pure outcome of knowledge that is there within us. So that is to me, and of all the places, the best mural is in Bangkok airport. It's not even so. That's they probably give a better tribute. The second is I'm going to quote late Admiral Jayant Ganpat Nadkarni, who said, our maritime history did not start 7,000 years ago. At least some scholars talk. Few say 3,000, few say 5,000. It started 100 million years ago. When the Lord broke off a piece of Gondwana in Africa, sailed slowly over 100 million years to crash into the Eurasian plate, leaving remnants of maritime origin on the Himalayas. And to me, that is called the island of India. And I'm sorry, I will explain that, but it's a future book. I have 9 books lined up. I don't know when I'll write. Okay. It's the island of India where the Himalayas were the boundary line and there was sea over there. The Indus on this side and the Brahmaputra on the other side and the oceans. Isn't this country unique in its identity? How dare you call it a continental nation? But allow me to reflect on the short form of the word answer, ANSS. मैं एक शिक्षक हूं जो समुद्र में यात्रा करने गया था, वापस शिक्षा में आ चुका हूं. So that is there. I am addressing a few keys to the 2047 vision of enhanced awakening of Indian maritime consciousness, a voyage that I have been advocating for the last 15 years when someone told me, go and present a paper on maritime history. It was 2007, but I've been believing in it for over 50 years. I begin with A, and that's the range from archaeology to artificial intelligence. So we said location. The location of most maritime activity coalesces around ports. And we need to understand the idea of a port has evolved from ancient to the future. I'm also an IR student whose job was history, so I navigate all time zones. So in the ancient times, creeks, rivers, and inland waters were the location of port. And that is why Bali Yatra is on the Mahanadi bank, not on the delta. You can't do sailing at the delta. You have to come up the creek, then otherwise the monsoons will overtake you. So in many of those conditions, you had to understand tide, 27-day cycle of sailing. From the spring tide to the next spring tide, then only the boats could be brought right inland, unloaded, repaired, reconstructed. In the next spring tide, sailed out again. So without knowledge, that's why Sardar K.M. Panikar has written an extensive book on ancient knowledge of tides. I'm a marine navigator, so it was one of the hard subjects in our post-graduation about tides, but we survived. In the modern idea of ports is breakwaters, dredging, and you can dare on a flat, a plain coast to construct artificially a port. Dubai is all about, Palm Beach is all about artificial construction. And allow me to cast a vision on the future of these locations. And that is 2 words, anytime, anywhere. Which means now you can do the maritime activity in mid-ocean. And believe me, with autonomous shipping, there may be not people doing it. It will be remotely controlled and the transfer of goods and transshipment will take place somewhere on the oceans. Of course, more likely in calmer seas, not anywhere. So that was my A. And so the question to ask is, where from and whither bound? Where are we coming from and where are we going? And that takes me to the second letter N, that is navigation. And navigation for the Indian knowledge system consists of Stan, Disha, and Titi. Stan is kahan se aaramb or gantavya stan kya. So that clarity has to be there. So you have to have knowledge of that. The Disha is, in the Indian tradition, there's a Matsya Yantra, where the combination of a composite material along with the bed of oil gave it properties to give indication of direction. When you go to ocean sailing, there is more complications, and I'll not go into those technical details. And astronomy. Seafarers were not dumb, subaltern communities as this nation has condemned them to. They were the epitome of knowledge. And I believe as a seafarer, we have failed to recognize it's time to bring that back. Because without that knowledge of astronomy in practice to thumb rules, they wouldn't have crossed the oceans, and we crossed the oceans. So I have no doubt about our maritime tradition. The Cholas did parallel sailing, and in that latitude, the Dhruv Tara or the pole star was very low in altitude, so they didn't have. So Arundhati plus Vashishta and the combination of constellations gave them both direction and longitude. So that comes to the real problem, which I tried to start, and I hope the IKS or someone will help me finish that research. How do you solve longitude? Because the Britishers told the world that only when the Admiralty discovered the chronometer, you could find the differential between the local meridian, the local time, and the chronometer time, and that provided the answer to longitude by time. And that's a detailed navigational mathematics. I'm a lazy person who loved maths. Okay, so that's more of navigation. But the issue is nautical knowledge and wisdom. Unfortunately, how was longitude calculated is hidden in content, and I have not been able to locate it. If we get that answer, I have some thoughts on where it is. I've talked to some senior mathematicians or astronomers, and I have not got. So that's an area to be probed. Today, India has developed Gagan, a competitor to the US GPS and to Glassnose and to the Chinese system. And we can be proud that we have our own satellite system. What is the future? We are already into maritime domain awareness. And one of the PhD proposals, I was sitting in a panel, came to me is there is no way you can manage the information of everything in the maritime domain unless you bring back artificial intelligence, robotics, and management. So the future goes back to autonomous and AI. So you'll see this something. There is in our scriptures talk of Sahasra Bahu. That's not a name. That means, and it's not about multiple oars. I believe it goes deeper to say the multimodality of the ocean and the size. Because if you have 100 oars, obviously the vessel is much big. And how, so, sorry, I've jumped ahead and I knew I've made a mistake. So come back to shipbuilding. That's where Sahasrabhav, I knew I'd gone wrong. Right. The core philosophy of shipbuilding in India is an idea called immersive buoyancy. Those who remember physics, you know, the kahani sunai hai na ki Archimedes ran without clothes out into the, you know, Indians didn't have to do it because we were smarter. Ise pani aane do. So whether it was the reed boats of Indus Valley which you tied together, water could flow through it. Perfect. I'll finish in 2. Right. So the water could flow through, or the stitched boats which could be there with caulking. So even if water went, it would not damage. That indicated an adaptability to the waters. Of course, when you went to deep oceans, they did a little more preparation. We could take it to very shallow waters without a problem. And as Sanjeev Sanyal, good friend, we call ourselves partners in crime, was very happy when he was looking at the stitched ships. He was talking the future is in composites. Because now you might have material being developed in shipbuilding where the whole idea of immersive buoyancy may come back. Because when future, what is the future? And I'll come to that in a minute. The other element in shipbuilding is it's through society, seasons, and songs. Do you know how the urus are built in Bepur? And similarly, there is a song that is passed from generation to generation, and the song has the diagram and the methods of construction hidden in the song. This will be lost in another 10 years if we don't do something. The present is already talking about green shipping, and I said the future is composites. So my last bit is this. What is the strategy for 2047, the Amrit Kal? 3 C's. The first is community engagement. Seafarers are the stars. हम लोग यहाँ बैठ के जो भी enjoy करते हैं because somebody sailed and brought it. Okay, and the coastal communities go out daily so I can enjoy my hilsa or Bangla, whichever side of the coast are you. Okay. So Jan Bhagedari has to be a part, as is part of the IKS. You have to do. The second C is climate commitment. The Prime Minister has given a commitment, we will be zero emission 2070. Okay. So we, whatever is the year, we have to be, our technology has to be green, and we have to do renewed research. Young engineering scholars today will be responsible to head the shipyards of 2047. So what you study today will determine your future. I will be sitting in an armchair and giving some gyan to some other people who are willing to listen. And the third is crypto communications. AI, autonomous or robotic, blockchain. And I'm not talking just currency. We talked of Kauri. From Kauri, we've gone to crypto. Can you see how the range has gone? Collaborative and commerce. That's it for all. I pray and hope that what some of us at late Admiral Avti has been was used to talk about a maritime consciousness. I have dedicated 6 years at the Maritime. I'm former director of Maritime History Society. I've stopped talking of maritime history because I believe I would rather mentor. I pray and appeal to the Indian knowledge system, to the 2047 vision. India is a maritime nation. Can we all be aware of it? Thank you.
It was a very interesting presentation. I wish I had more time to listen from you. Uh, my last panelist is Commodore Srikant B. Kashnur. He is an alumnus of the prestigious National Defense Academy and was commissioned to Indian Navy in July 1986. So he has a very long experience, 36 years of career. He had extensive experience in maritime operations, training, leadership, diplomacy, administration, mentoring, and communication. Interestingly, he has been the captain of two frontline ships, an anti-submarine frigate INS Vindhyagiri and India's only landing platform dock INS Jalsava. And in addition, he has been he's a witness of several important assignments, prestigious courses, other things. But then, more important, he was the defense advisor at the High Commission of India, based in Nairobi, then Tanzania, Seychelles, Eritrea, Somalia, and also he was based in National Defense Academy, Pune, and Defense Services Staff College, Wellington, and at the Naval War College, Goa. He is also a PhD from Mumbai University. He has been a lead writer and chief editor of 11 books, and he was the director of Maritime Warfare Center, Mumbai. In addition, he is also the officer in charge of Naval History Project. I am very happy to say that he was conferred the Visishta Seva Medal, PSM, in the Presidential Awards in 2021. May I request Commodore Krishnan to make his presentation, please.
Thank you very much. Thanks so much, Chair, for that wonderful introduction to all of you, distinguished audience members. My good friend Commodore Johnson has set the stage by talking of sails and wind. My area of study in the Navy begins after motorized transportation came. I studied the modern Indian Navy. So the pace that he has set with sails and wind, I hope to add a motor to it so that we can motor along on some of the things that we'd like to talk about. My area of interest is to try and give a military maritime perspective on both the military perspective of ancient maritime past, as well as talk of the Indian Navy of present and see how the Indian Navy of today is a illustrious, and I don't mean it in a triumphal sense at all, but the proper successor to India's great maritime tradition. In other words, I argue as a historian that the Indian Navy has both learned the lessons of our maritime past, where they were problem areas, and at the same time also is a successor of our great maritime legacy, which I hope to sort of uh, show in the next 10, 12, 15 minutes. So thank you very much, and it's indeed delightful to be here both at this great place. Thanks, and on this wonderful occasion with this great audience. Most importantly, the time, as Commodore Johnson has put it, Kartik Purnima is fantastic, and it has lots of maritime significance, much of which has been explained. We also mentioned the Matsya avatar, which is the first avatar of Vishnu, and remember, it has a very maritime connotation. And later, when we therefore had the compass, the indigenous compass, it was called the Matsya Yantra. Kartik, incidentally, the Kartik Purnima is also celebrates Lord Kartika, who is the god of war in Hindu mythology or Hindu legend. So I see it from a very military maritime perspective, as we would say. Uh, but I'd also like to make a point about the present, because history and heritage is so much about how you move on to present from the past. And that is illustrated very much in this lovely place, Cuttack, which is the birthplace of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. Now, why do I mention Netaji Subhash? He is amongst the only leaders of our freedom movement who saw war in its raw sense and who took passage in two submarines moving from Germany to Japan. So he has raw maritime experience. Cut more close to the teeth from a great maritime, ancient maritime past of the Kalingas, we have the son of Orissa, a man from Bhubaneswar who led the Indian Navy's fleet in 1971 war. 1971 war, the Eastern Fleet that inflicted damage on Bangladesh, was one gentleman called Rear Admiral Sri Harilal Sarma, who is or who was the son of Orissa, a resident of Bhubaneswar, who was with us until a ripe age of 99 until last December. We're very fortunate that his son is with us today. But Orissa has produced these kind of heroes, ladies and gentlemen. It's produced these kind of heroes right from the ancient, and it is fitting, therefore, that we are training our sailors. Our boot camp academy for the Indian Navy is at INS Chilka in Orissa. Some of the best divers in the Indian Navy are from Orissa. Many of them who took part in the commando operations in 1971 in Bangladesh are from Orissa. My point is, this is a very living maritime tradition. As Commodore Johnson said, it doesn't stop, it doesn't atrophy, and it moves on in different ways. But I think the chair put it very beautifully when he said, you can understand Orissa's maritime history only if you understand India's maritime history as a whole. Please see it from the Indian Ocean perspective. Both Johnson and I bring a sea perspective or a pelagic viewpoint of seeing at things. We don't look at it from land, we look at it from sea. Now, what is the pelagic perspective? Let us be very clear. I mean, the fact that Indians in Southeast Asia were known for a long time as Kalings. Unfortunately, it's got a derogatory association today, and it's got nothing to do with Indians of today due to certain geopolitical issues there. But they were known as Klings or Klings was to associate all of India with it. So the whole of India's maritime history, and it's a glorious, gorgeous maritime history at different points, stretching from Indus Valley in the east, to Meluha and Magan, as has been brought out, then down the Konkan coast, then to Malabar coast, or what was called Tamilakam, then the great Cholas in the ancient Tamil kingdom, the Andhras, the Kalingas, the Vangas. India, let's be very clear, the scholars have shown it, but there must be no doubt in this audience that we had a great maritime tradition, and it was a continuous maritime tradition until at least the 12th or 13th century, when we started turning our backs to the sea. And what that resulted in, I think Dr. Murthy brought it out yesterday, a very direct correlation between maritime prosperity. Angus Madison's figures, 33% of global GDP until end of first millennium. And until the end of first millennium, we were the best maritime nation in the world. So there is a direct correlation between maritime savvy and commercial prosperity. You become rich only if you're good in the maritime realm, and if you're good in the maritime realm, you become rich. There is a virtuous circle. And when we turned our backs to it, 13th, 14th century, you know what happened, the denouement of colonization. What is the lesson that colonization gives to you? If, remember, you will always have a navy at your coast. If it is not yours, it will be somebody else's. Now, this does not mean that we did not resist colonization. We resisted. The Marathas, the Punjali Marakkars, almost 100 years, Rani Abbakka, they were great acts of resistance. Kanoji Angre did not lose a single, battle against the Portuguese and against the British. But there were certain limitations. And what were those limitations? And how we learned lessons of today is what I think we must go. But what does our ancient maritime military tradition teaches us? Right from the earliest stage of Guptas, even before that, the Mauryas. Yesterday, what was brought out? Trade. Trade. I think our panelists also brought out. From ancient times, India has been a great trading port. Yes, sir. Now, the only way you can ensure great trade is if you have security. So, as military historian B.C. Majumdar says in his book, The Military System in Ancient India, that Indian Navy must take its founding to be with the Guptas because they had a navy at first. Now, they may not have had a military navy in the sense of a war-fighting navy, but from them on to Guptas, on to the Palas, on to the Cholas, everyone ensured full trade. My point, ladies and gentlemen, is the maritime vector. I'm not a cultural or religious historian. The maritime vector provided the security for India's missionaries, mavericks, masons, architects, religious teachers, everyone to go all over the world and establish our culture all over. After all, unless you are assured of safety, unless you are assured of return on investment, unless you're told, "Theek wapas aayega," no one would go to sea, whether in current times or in ancient times. So, Indian rulers always ensured trade prospered until the 13th, 14th century. One of the lessons, unfortunately, of the medieval times is that whether it was Angre and the Peshwas, whether it was Kunjali Marakkars versus Zamorin, whether Abbakka and her husband, there were problems at the political level between the navy and the rulers, and that is what, the whole of nation or whole of the state approach did not take place. So the first lesson of history from medieval times, I told you, one is you will always have a navy at your coast. Second is navy and maritime has to be a whole of nation approach. It has to involve all of you. It has to involve scholars. It has to involve people. It can't be done by navy alone. The maritime has to be whole of nation. The third point, the Indian knowledge system that we're talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to tell you, Indian Navy has many distinctions apart from war, lead players in several echelons. But one area I'd like to tell you, big Indian Navy built ships in India. We have been making in India since 1960. Since 1960, long before the idea of making in India, and we took it upon as our mantra. Okay, so in 1997, 50 years of Azadi, when the Tatas built the first Indian car, Indica, the Indian Navy was building its 75th ship, INS Delhi, of which I was a crew member. So today, 75 years later, the same Delhi ship has led to many others. We are shortly going to commission INS Marmagova, and these are brilliant designs which are amongst the best in the world. They compare favorably with all global warship building designs. So one of the points that I'm trying to tell you is the Indian Navy, and I'm not saying it as a triumphal sense. I'm retired anyway. Is that the Indian Navy, in many ways, is the illustrious legatee of India's maritime past, having learned lessons both from our failures and yet at the same time imbibing the lessons where we were good and great. Thank you so much. I look forward to any observations or questions. Thank you.
Uh, I convey my deep sense of gratitude to all my distinguished panelists for sticking to time. I owe you a big apology to each one of you because each one of you has spent your life in the topic that you have said, and to ask you to finish in 10 to 15 minutes is a Herculean task, and for that I beg apology to all of you. But then, as you know, in a seminar there is always a constraint of time, and if the chairman doesn't behave in a disciplined manner, then the entire seminar goes hayward. Uh, I am not giving my presidential remark for lack of time, and I'm sure you have got plenty of questions, but I'm sure you would have time during tea break or lunch break to take care of the questions because we are running short of time. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your very patient hearing. Thank you, the ladies, for bearing with my harsh remark, and I convey my deep sense of gratitude to all my distinguished panelists. Thank you.
Just 1 minute. I'm thankful to the chairperson and all the speakers for spending your valuable time for us. Now, may I request Professor G.S. Murthy to kindly felicitate our speakers and panelists. First to no, thank you, sir. Dr. Amit Kumar, sir, please. May I request Dr. Lalatendu Das Mahapatra, sir, please. May I request Commodore Johnson, sir, please. I just missed the first 10 minutes, sir. May I request Commodore Srikant Singh, sir, please. It's really honor and pleasure for all of us to listen from you all, sir. Thank you very much. Kindly have a tea, then we'll be having the next session at 12 o'clock, 12 to 1, Roundtable 1. Sorry for the delay. We'll be starting the next session, Roundtable 1. The topic will be reconnecting with the maritime traditions through museum. It's an honor for me to introduce Shreyansa madam, Shreyanka madam. She's a, she joins the dots between research, consumer behavior, culture, and constant strategy with a background of media studies and work experience across advertisement, market research, content, strategy, and teaching. Then, she being the table a wide angle view of culture and society, she has been a part of team that uh, conceptualized the Dhara series as a special initiative dedicated to India knowledge system. In her current role at the Ministry of Culture, she anchors the work program and curation of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So may I request Madam to kindly chair this roundtable. Madam, please. My request other panelists, Dr. Shreyank Basu, Advisor, Ministry of Culture, the Swarup Bhattacharya, Anthropology, sir, please. Commodore Ninad Fatherfaker, Member Secretary, Managing Committee of Maritime, Mumbai Museum Society, Mumbai. Engineer Rajesh Chandra Mahanti, sir. Superintendent Engineer Mahanadi South Division, Department of Water Resource, Director of OSM, Cuttack.
Good afternoon and welcome to everyone to this very interesting topic of reconnecting with maritime traditions through museums. Uh, just before we start, I want to show of hands with people about when was the last time you visited a museum, not where you're working. Okay. Not as part of a work visit, as a personal visit. When was the last time you visited, not as part of a curated work visit? Within India would be my key question, because a lot of us visit outside India. Okay. I still see a few half hands going up, but it is a rare actually to see these hands go up. And that's where really the context of this discussion also starts from. I have a stellar panel here who, of course, understand museum and museum going audiences much more than I do. I come from the world where asking questions hopefully leads us to better answers. I'm a consumer research and a behavior specialist, audience behavior specialist. So I'm going to first start with throwing questions at my panel by understanding how did they get interested in museums in a culture where we are not interested in museums before we get back to specifics of maritime museums. So first starting with you, Swarupji, how did you get interested, even the idea of your topic is both, and then eventually into museums?
Uh, I'm Swarup Bhattacharya. I got my master's degree in 1995. Since 1997, I'm doing research on man-boat relationship. It's an ethnographical work. That means the traditional boats which are still building by our boat makers, I'm documenting that one. So I got that interest that what will be the future of my research. Then I asked my supervisor, Dr. Lotika Varadarajan. She told maybe a boat museum one. Then I got, actually my father is an artist and he was associated with Birla Museum, Birla Science and Technological Museum, Kolkata. My father also told, yeah, it can be a museum with boats. Then I asked Dr. Upen Bishas, the CBI director of Eastern Region, and he told me maybe in the future we can develop that one. So in the year 2014, in Bengal, in Calcutta, the first museum on traditional country boats was developed. That was inaugurated by the then Minister, Dr. Upen Bishas. and it housed 46 models, traditional models, wooden models. So one of them is like that one. So my venture to the museum on board started in 2014. Oh, no. Before that, in 2006, that museum where we are sitting now, it was a ruined house. I was the technical advisory committee member of this museum. With Intech, I started working here. If you enter into the museum, in the right side, there are so many panels, and those panels are made from my photographs. So since 2006, then it inaugurated in 2013, and still I'm with not the boat museum, but still I am looking the anthropological museum in Kolkata. So still I'm associated with museum.
Yusuf, how did you get interested in museums?
Good afternoon, everybody. Actually, I am born at this place, Kotak. I had my initial schooling also at Kotak. I passed from Ravenshaw College. So my entire early childhood was spent near this Mahanadi River. So from the childhood days, I had been the opportunity of seeing the boat sailing, and just yesterday like that, Kartika Purnima. So that idea of selling the boats had prevailed on me. And finally, when I passed from Burla Engineering College and worked in various capacities, then I got an opportunity to work here. And at the present capacity, I am the member secretary of this museum. So although it was inaugurated in 2013, but I have been associated with this museum from 2014. So I have seen many developments inside this museum, but early childhood, since my birthplace is here, so I had been looking at the boat selling, and so that creates a fascination in about this museum.
Good afternoon. And my tryst with museums began about roughly 10 years ago when I was tasked to set up a corporate museum. I was working at that time with Masgon Dock Shipbuilders Limited, Mumbai, which is a shipbuilding company and which has been building ships since 1774. And it was that time when I was tasked to build a museum that, okay, you have to set up a museum. The Honorable Defense Minister is coming. You have a roughly 3 months. And my quest took me across Europe. It took me to the United Kingdom, where I saw multiple museums, visited, did a lot of research there. That is when that spark, which actually started with the arrival of the defense minister is going to come after 3 months, it turned into a raging fire. And that has got me interested in museums across. Of course, we did set up that museum. Now we are trying to get up even bigger museums. So that is how it all started.
One of the things, if you observe across, all three of our panelists, in some measures, they sort of serendipitously fell into the role of, museum curator or museum manager. Okay. One of the hypotheses that I have is that in India, we don't invest enough time and resources in hobbies. And if you don't start with a hobby, when you start getting invested in a hobby is when you start collecting information about it, when you start collecting books around it, when you start collecting artifacts about it. Most of the time we have filled maybe scrapbooks, but hobby gets limited to maybe dance and sometimes music, but that also क्योंकि कुछ लिखना होता है, at best few people would talk about stamp collection. उसके आगे most of us don't have hobbies. And because we don't have a hobby, over time, we are not a generation, we are not a collection of people who are able to see value in objects as a culture. It's a hypothesis that I'm proposing. I'd like the panelists to respond and then we take it from there. Sharukji.
How are you
have to be connected from early childhood.
Right. So I'm going to let the panel respond. I'm here just proposing the thoughts, but I'm saying hobbies help us build connect. And because, our overall topic is reconnecting with museum traditions through museums, I'm saying maybe, hobby clubs is the first generation of museum ideas to start exploring. I'm going to let the panel please explore. Yeah.
Yes. Museums in our in this part of the world is think that the property which they own is their own property. So you cannot touch it, you cannot take photograph of it. There are so many restrictions. So if you do not tell themselves, look, this is your property, you can take care, they will not connect with your museum. The Indian Museum think that this is their property, so you cannot take any photograph. And in both museum, the authority think that whatever they built it by their own effort, so that is enough. They will not connect it with the. But I was also in a museum called Maulana Azad Museum. I have tried to involve the local people to connect with that museum. So they came here in our museum, in Maulana Azad Museum. They used to interact with others. They used to ask the other peoples to tell about the heritage of that locality. So in that way, a boat museum or any museum can connect with the society. Look into the Viking Ship Museum, Roskilde, Denmark. I was there as a guest research scholar. I have seen that people are coming, they are experimenting with the boat makers, they are looking on rope making, they are using their hands to make those ropes. They are even playing with those replicas of boats. They can go into the sea with those replicas of boats. So ultimately, it is the relation you have to develop with the visitors, with the museum. But if you are an administrator, if you think that you are the creator of that museum and you are paying, you are getting some salaries, then it will not run. Sorry to say.
Ninaji, how do you think we could be building connects with people who, like we say, are not essentially probably thinking about museums?
Hello. So one of the challenges that the museums today face in the museum world is that they are competing for limited attention spans and limited mind space. Museums are competing, to put it bluntly, competing for with malls where people would rather go on a weekend. They're competing with multiplexes where people go for a movie. They're competing with the IPL. Would you rather watch Mumbai Indians or go to the local museum? So that is the challenge before the museums in the museum space. Museums need to reinvent. I would like to go out on a limb and say that static museum is dead. Nobody is interested in seeing static objects. They have to, people who visit a museum have to carry back a lingering memory. They have to carry, you have to pander to all five senses, not only the visual, the other senses also have to. So people have to touch, feel, hear, probably taste is a bit too far, but they have to have all their five senses. In this, in the museum that we are presently in the process of setting up in Mumbai, the Mumbai Maritime Museum, we concept of I3, that is inform, immerse, and inspire. So museums are not only repositories of past, but also to provide a window to the future. So if we cover all these points, I think you can establish a link, a connect with the population, the citizens. Museums should not only be for tourists who come to say your home city, but what about the local population? When are you going to attract them? So unless you establish that connect, you give them something to take back with them. Museums will have to really bridge this gap.
Rajeshji, the specific question that I want to come to you with is as someone looking into the daily challenges of running a museum, what is it like that you have to grapple with on a daily basis? Because, see, as demands, we might all want more community connect, we might want a certain idea of what the ideal museum would be like, but what are your daily challenges? And how are you getting your museum more ready for the future? Because the demands are going to keep coming. That's my question.
First of all, I want to state that gentleman has rightly answered. What we observe here, this is a museum, but that most of the Cuttack people, they go nearby and they come. But most of the time I had asked, they don't that we are not visited this museum. What is inside this, we also don't know. So we'll have to first of all connect that. We'll have to make a awareness among the local people, particularly the young ones. So for that, we are making an effort. We are distributing leaflets among the school people, among the school children, and also we are our entry fees. The government of Odisha has also reduced up to 14 years of age. That 50% is restriction. There is entry fees. Whatever entry fees is there for school children, that is 50%. And also we are distributing leaflets. So that awareness has to be created, and that awareness has to be created through the young minds. Then only they will be appreciating the museum, they will be interested to come to the museum, then only the museum footfalls will be increased, and the purpose of the organizing a museum will be achieved. And coming to the specific question, actually this Odisha State Maritime Museum, there is actually no specific government budget for this museum. From the day it's inaugurated, that is in 2013, the government of Odisha has made a corpus fund of 20 crores, and that money has been deposited as a fixed deposit in Bank of India. So whatever interest is accrued from that fixed deposit of 20 crores, that is from that interest money this museum is managed. That is getting the giving the salary of the staffs and also purchasing the equipments and any running maintenance. But over the years we have facing, but the interest rate is decreasing. It has something around 10% in 2013, but now it is something 5 to 6%. So that interest money is what we have seen is not sufficient to manage the day-to-day maintenance, and also the salaries of the staffs also are increasing. So we have suggested a thing, and government has rightly also appreciated, and some government is considering to add another 20 crores to our corpus fund. So with that, we'll be able to manage this museum very effectively. Otherwise, that whatever money is now is there, that interest money is not sufficient.
Since we are discussing museums, we are also discussing vision for 2047. I want to put to the panelists, when we think of a maritime museum and we think 2047, in a scenario where most of us, maybe outside the expert group, don't even have a very concrete idea of what is a maritime museum, what should its contours be like. And I'm saying as a lay person, how does one start thinking about a museum for the future, a museum in 2047? So that's what I want to ask you.
The situation is very grim, actually. 20 years ago, when I started working on traditional watercraft of Bengal, on that time, I have seen some boats which are almost in vanishing stage. Now in 2022, at least I can say 6 boats completely gone. So in 2047, what we will keep in our museum? So it's very important. So it is the high time to record all those culture, the culture which is living. Living means still we have that tradition, still we have those craftsmanship, still we have those boats which are still plying. So maybe we know the Harappan reed boat and something. Really, we we do not know about the boat, which is called Bethnai. Why it is Bethnai? What is its specialty? How the planks are joined together? Nobody knows. You know, those planks are attached with one another. It's called by means of a staple. It's a double-ended nail. Double-ended nail is the character of Bengal. Nowhere in the world that kind of joining method is prevailing. That is the Bengal culture, but we are losing it because of the fiberglass models and other things. So in this moment, we have to record for the future so that our skill, our carpentry method, our sailing structure, that sail is called square sail. Hardly we will get any sail today because it's all motorized. You know, the relation with the sail is a song called of Bengal called Bhatiali. It's a river song. So if you put instead of sail an engine, on that engine sound you cannot sing. So ultimately a culture will die. So it is the moment to document uh, audiovisually, because we have those still very digitized camera and something others which is recently developed. So we can use that one for the future or for the posterity. So at least for the 47, we have to take the decision to take record of those endangered knowledge. Thank you.
Ninaji, just adapting the same question a little bit to say if we need documentation, if we need archiving, uh, what role could possibly citizen curators play in something like this? Because we are talking community connect, we are talking bringing sort of a larger group of people into this conversation and dialogue. What role do you think citizen curators could play in terms of recording history that becomes part of our future maritime archives?
So to answer your question, I'll just take the first part which you asked before is how do you visualize museums in 2047? In my opinion, in 2047, a museum is not merely a place you visit, but an experience that you undergo. So it is not just a static, you go see a couple of things and come back. You come back with an experience which panders to all your senses. That is a museum of the future. And the second part of the question which you asked, I would say to get where you want to go, we have to break down the barriers. Like the gentleman that said that, the custodians of the museum feel that they are parting with something when away. But you have to break down those barriers, whether they are geographical, whether they are technological, or whether they are intellectual. So museum has to be a more encompassing, a more holistic thing where everyone can participate, everyone can share their capital and be a movement. It has to be all encompassing is how we can have a connect with the common and make people more inclined towards the museum.
So when we are thinking about 2047, I think what I'm hearing from the panel is a more sensory museum. Uh, One of the things that often one observes when one goes into any museum is teenagers and kids especially struggling to read. Okay, it's bigger endemic, not just specific to museums, but people these days are reading lesser and lesser. um, Rajeshji, I want to understand from you what are your experiences with, let's say, the kind of text that we are able to display 20 years back to now? Are people reading lesser? Because we're hearing more of audiobooks, and increasingly, probably, are we going to move towards a no text museum? I don't know that, but if people read less, they might want to almost not read. What kind of challenges could those kind of issues pose for people who are creating museums for the future, for updating our galleries for the future?
Now we'll have to innovate with certain technologies. Actually, we are also working on that. Since you are telling that the reading habits of the people are decreasing, so once they enter a museum, they will not be interested to read certain things, certain that means that will not relate to them. That is something ancient. So for that also there has been technological advancement is there that is called guided tour. So you'll have to, for different languages, the guide will explain you, not physically, but you'll have to keep an earphone on that, and they will insert a pen drive. So that, if you adopt that method, then certainly the children who have got a lesser habit of reading, they will start listening to you, what that man is telling. So that is one way of creating or making more interest in certain things, because they will not be compelled to read certain things. So these things will have to adopt in the near future. We have also contacted that, and we're also working on that for that guided tour. It will be available in many languages that will be suitable for that persons who is visiting this museum. So that is one method, in my opinion. We'll have to, and second opinion is we'll have to create more awareness among the students. So the gentleman was telling that they will not only physically see the museum, but they will return with a certain experience with them. So that ambience will have to create.
We have one set of challenges that comes with building the right kind of museum. But once a museum is built, the next set of challenges come really of how do we curate our programs? How do we plan our outreach so as to ensure consistent footfalls? Whether it's private museums, whether it's government initiatives, what is the role of programming, and how is it going to become more critical? What is the nature of programming specifically in the context of maritime museums, where probably sometimes there could be challenges that the topic is probably less familiar than other topics, or there could even be risks of that some of the topics could be more technical than other topics for a general audience. How does one then take care of programming in a maritime museum in order to reach out to larger segment of people?
Yeah, when he's already mentioned that all people are moving towards the mall. So why not we are thinking about a museum like a mall? Definitely, if they can come, if they can enjoy, if they can get those kinds of food, if they can make gossip in this area, definitely they will come. So think about in terms of uh, an entertainment ground or entertainment something. So definitely people will come. If you provide little bit of sailing in your local small pond, definitely people will enjoy. They will also, they can go, I know they can go to any park for joyriding. Why not here? So simultaneously, keeping in mind the maritime heritage, you can develop this center as an entertainment ground so that people can come.
So there are sometimes arguments both pros and against. I'd want you to reflect a little bit about what would happen if museums become more like entertainment zones. Your personal thoughts on the same, sir.
My personal view is that that is the way for museums to go, to become, instead of entertainment, let's call it an experience zone. And key to that would be the storytelling. The every curated artifact has to tell a story which the visitor can relate with. For example, I will tell you a small aspect in Mumbai which we connect. So around a century ago, before the invention of refrigeration and electricity, there was a businessman called Francis Tudor. He got this bright idea of selling ice in India. And how did he do that? He got ice from the lakes in America, sailed, put them on boats, and sailed them over to India, Calcutta, Mumbai, Calcutta, Chennai. There are ice houses. This is before electricity and refrigeration. And he made a fortune. So how do you tell that to the current generation? That was the startup idea of the century, of the 19th century. People relate with that startup idea. They relate with startups. The simple act of selling ice from America to India was a startup idea. People in 19th century would have called it something else, but that is how you have to make relations, establish connections with the current generation. And that is how I feel that it is going to be an experience. It's not going to be an entertainment.
We are talking about connecting to time traditions within the museum. Uh, how is it sort of possible for us to also be custodians of traditions? What programming can we bring that allows us to pass on, whether it's oral traditions, whether it's ritualistic aspects? What can we do about the same? And is there anything that y'all have an example of, or anything that y'all specifically do within the museum that gives us an example of passing on of traditions? Objects, their story is one part of it, but specifically we talk of either specific maritime rituals or maritime traditions. How does one really pass on tradition, and how does a museum enable that conversation or enable that process?
Actually, we have got a ritual gallery here where that depiction of that boat sailing and also that Boida Bandhana, that photographs are there. And many times we have also arranged that ritual here inside the museum. So people get fascinated and they connect that ancient things to here. In that way also we can connect and we can make the matter more interesting. And last discussion, and the last topic I want to tell that over the years, we have also added some value additions to this museum here there. It has not remained as a pure museum. We have added a fourth theater is there. We have added a marine aquarium there. So for that, the visitors' footfall is increasing. Recently also, we have added a Bhulbhulaiya, that is that optical illusion here. And last time that Indonesian people have donated certain magical instruments, and they have expressed certain desire to have a dedicated Indonesia gallery here. So we have also opened an Indonesia gallery here where their traditional gamelan musical instruments are displayed. So in that way, that you can add certain values to this museum to create more interest, to make it more interesting. And your present question, ma'am, that we are observing here certain rituals. We have a ritual gallery, and we have a. So in that case, people are gathering, and that is becoming more active.
So far, we've been talking about the museum within the museum, but we're hearing a lot about if people don't come to the museum, can we take museum to the people? In the context of maritime exhibits, some of them are, of course, much larger exhibits, or in the unique context of maritime museums, what are some of the challenges and what are some of the exciting opportunities of taking maritime museums to the people?
It's a tough job, but definitely, um, in many sense, we can do it. Yeah, in the sense that in Bengal, the culture which I mentioned, that is the Bhatiali, the song. So it is not only the song of the boatman; it is the folk song. So it's all related with the society, related with that family, related with the passion. So the people, those who are a folk song singer, we can ask themselves to sing those songs. We can ask themselves to keep it alive because all are dying. So in that sense, the maritime tradition of Bengal can be continued through song. But this is not only song, it's impossible. But other thing like that of the maybe the boat building technology. Boat building technology is unique one because it is Guru Shishya. Guru Shishya Parampara means the teacher used to teach his son or sometimes the other persons how to build a boat. A boat building requires various knowledge like the depth. If it is depth in one series of planking, what will be the depth? What will be the different dimensions at different points? They call it pulley, 7 pulley, 6 pulley, 5 pulley. they have each and every object's name. So these are very complicated. I'm thinking in that way that in Kolkata there is a eco park. I'm trying to develop a restaurant on boat. So people can come there, they can see the uh, building technology. It will be not a project of just 1 month. It will be a project for 3 months. They can do it in 1 month, but I will tell them to delay it. If people are interested, they can come, they can join their hand. So in that way, the maritime tradition, the boat building, or the museum thing can be go outside where people are coming in large number. They can look into that one. They can enjoy the boat building technique with the boat makers.
He talked about a museum. I don't know how many of people are aware of the fact that we actually have a floating post office in Jammu and Kashmir. It's on, it's an India Post. It's an official, Department of Post office. One of the things that's coming to my mind is also that if you look at the last 2 years, where museums have primarily been shut, we've had to go digital. Literally do a crash course, learn the hard way in terms of what is a digital museum, how do you take to digital in terms of programming. I want to talk a little bit or ask the panel a little bit to talk about the idea of a museum without boundaries. Because the moment you put something on digital, your audience base expands. You are then talking to a much wider audience, and also then you are bringing in dynamics that probably don't exist in the physical context of the museum. So, what has been some of the learnings? What are some of the things that we should be mindful of? Because probably when we are going into 2047, it is going to be more of the hybrid model than just one kind of model. So, there's no stepping away from digital very clearly from what little we know. But I'd like to hear your views on the same.
In this context, I would the pandemic has been a blessing, blessing in disguise. Shouldn't call it that way, but in the museum context, which compelled a lot of museums to go online. And a key to expanding or taking museums to the masses, if uh, to the masses, is to break those barriers, as I mentioned, geographical barriers, technological barriers, and intellectual barriers. So digital is the way to go for the future. There are 85 maritime themed museums in the world. India is now catching up with the Lothal Museum also coming up, but the potential for collaboration is infinite. With 85 museums and the digital platform, you have got Google Museums also. There is there is no limit. It's limitless. It is boundless. So that is the way to go. Use this technology, take the museum to the people. The financial models can be worked out. It's not such a big thing. And people are nowadays more open to pay per view or some in that way. So they are open. People are changing that. But that is the way to go. Harness technology, whatever is available.
Now, while we mostly agree that digital is the way to go, one of the counterpoints sometimes become that as we start focusing too much on in a country as diverse as ours, in a country with disparities sometimes, it is probably not always the most inclusive of models. I'd like to ask Rajesh ji, how does one then navigate this challenging roadmap of trying to be future ready through digital initiatives, but also trying to be as inclusive as possible so that every section of society, every segment of our population has access to what we have to offer?
Actually, ma'am, we'll have to strike a balance that is called that inclusive growth. Digital is the yes, we'll have to advance to the digital technology, but simultaneously keeping our traditions alive, we'll have to strike rightful balance between the traditional ideas and and keeping the museum going ahead, adopting the latest technology. So we'll have to. One thing I can say that we'll have to strike a rightful balance that is going to so that we'll have an inclusive growth of the museum. So imbibing the latest technology, and also not setting the age-old model of physically seeing the museum.
I'm going to move closer to wrapping, but I want to first maybe ask each of the panelists to answer the question that if you had one sort of a wild wish for a maritime museum in 2047, what's that one thing you definitely want to include or see in the museum of the future?
A living boat. Always, it's not a I want a full-size boat which is in operation in that museum, because in 20 or 30 years later, you will not get any boat. So you have to keep those living boats in your museum.
An answer?
My wish is to have a inspiration point in the museum of the feature where every visits the museum is inspired to take up a career in the sea in whatever capacity. So he should be immersed and he should be inspired to go to the sea.
Okay. I mean, you can't have a more inspirational note than saying that there will be inspirational points within the museum and there'll be living traditions actually visible. I'm going to open the floor for questions and have the panelists answer. So if you can raise your hand, we'll have the mic passed. Yes, sir.
After reading the views of all the panelists, I get the impression that we have not so far not been able to make maximum use of the technology available with us. Why actually I say so is because of the following. We discussed about people not having interest to visit the museum. Children are not coming. Children prefer to go to the malls or watch IPL than to spend time here and learn something about our culture, about our maritime history, things like that. Not only about this museum, also about other museums. But in the context of this particular museum, which I spent about an hour yesterday, I visited all the galleries, and with the help of, and also I benefited a lot about the museum by the narration of the curator who was with me throughout. Based on that, my suggestion is as follows. Can use the technology available with us to build a kind of display mode of all the galleries which are available in a single bigger platform, like in a big screen, and connected with maybe 5-6 computers, and each stored this is again based on some narration made by some experts, with accompanied by some visuals on the screen, and you can press the button if you want to see the say innovation gallery. You just press the button, have a visual, and also hear the narration by an expert on that. And this is a kind of introduction. This can be placed in a particular room in the outside in the beginning. Anybody who is coming and would like to have an interest in one particular can press the button, listen that, and then go to this side there directly. After that, I can have a physical view. So that will develop interest in the children, and also those who don't have much interest. But then once this information spreads, I'm not telling that this should be made to the public domain. It should be confined here only. Because if you put it in the YouTube, then nobody will come here. No, I'm not suggesting that. This will be in-house kind of arrangement which can be made available for the visitors, especially for the children. Because I am telling this based on my own experience in the similar kind of arrangement in museums in other countries, like in Brazil, in Sao Paulo. There is a very big museum about football, because football is a religion for the Brazilian. And you can go there and can see all the history of all the World Cups, wherever the Brazilian teams have either lost or won, press the button, you can get a pure visual. Like that here, I'm not telling about the physical kind of mode where the players play football, but here what I'm suggesting is a narrator will explain. That will be because again this is again to resubstantiate my argument that children don't read. Even I also don't read, but because in 1 hour time everything I cannot read, and even if I read as an educated man, I will forget. So what I did, I took picture, not of the objects, but the explanation. I have a lot of pictures, yesterday I have taken, so that I can go back and read, later. So this is one way of, I think, adding value to the museum. This will cost money, but to make that project cost definitely money. Again, the question of paucity of fund will arise. I think a proposal can be made based on this by engaging some expert to make a kind of proposal, make an estimate, submit to the government, maybe recommending to the government that this is a project which is doable, and it will, and my vague suggests that it will not be a very big budget. So this is one suggestion which I would like to submit. Thank you.
No question, ma'am. This is a suggestion to the panel and enthusiasts of museums. Unless you add some learning values to the museum, nobody is going. Children, teach our students that okay, learn and earn, be an engineer, doctor, and so, and earn money. All are busy in twinkle, twinkle, little star, a plus b whole square. Nobody is going to look at the boat, how it is made, unless it provides us some vocational training, vocational input on which he is going to build up some career or look for something, some value to it. Now, my request is wherever we are doing, we have to see that, okay, is it going to add some vocational value, vocational training to our students? Perhaps that will connect. 40 or 50 people will keep coming to museum to spend their time. There is no doubt about that. But we are not interested to spend money on those people, those who are 40, 50 or above 60. They have already whatever done, good or bad, they have done already to the society. Okay, now whatever they will do to themselves. Now we have to invest time for our children, and we have to find out what is the aim of establishing the museum. It is basically to impart some vocational knowledge which is lost in the earlier days, to revive it and to give to our children. Those things should come in this. And Mama has already told it may be digitized. We can't have a boat station, boat museum all over the world, all over the country. Have 2 to 3 places. And those who are interested, it should come in school curriculum sort of thing. Okay, boat development, this, that. Through this digitized museum, they can see. Sir also told, okay, students will visit. Sir, how many students you can accommodate per day? They can only come Saturday, Sunday. There are so many students in Kotak and nearby areas, 50 kilometers away. Now you talk about a plan, how many days, how many years it will take for all students to make a visit. It is very difficult. Perhaps if you will start from 2nd class, 10th class तक आप complete नहीं कर पाओगे. Digitization is a good thing, but to connect it, it should be vocational training oriented museum. I hope I am clear.
I make these comments with the deepest humility because I know there are many people involved with museums here. But over the last 5-6 years, I've been actively involved inside, outside, with certain aspects of administration. Most importantly, I'm very much involved until recently with the Lothal Museum, and I continue to be on the curatorial committee there. So, one thing I wanted to tell you all is that the Lothal Museum actually ticks all that or most of the things that you said in the book. It is huge. It is gigantic. It's spread over 500 acres, 5,000 crores project, 13 galleries, all aspects of maritime, from ancient to the modern, outdoor installation, experiential learning, simulators. So you have live simulators featuring, examples of an aircraft taking off from aircraft carriers and things like that. Live performances, whether it is of Navy band, children doing something, not vocational training directly, but involving local people in lots of those activities so that they can be trained. It ticks most of the boxes and it might be the answer to our grand maritime museum. Having said that, I think there are spaces for many. There's a space for a boutique museum. In fact, the one that he set up in Mascon Dock, Ninad, is a beautiful example of a small boutique museum. There are other museums. The Navy has set up in Vishakhapatnam a submarine museum where you actually enter and you feel you're inside a submarine. And opposite the road, there's a huge aircraft. So you go in there, you feel. So my point is there can be different museums, and we tend to be too scared about 2047. We must be prepared for it. One way to know is look 20 years back. All the big museums of the world were relevant 25 years back. They continue to be relevant today, even post COVID. So I think 2047, the nature and character of good museum will not change, provided we keep it good and run. My last very small point is most of the museum administrators, and you alluded to that in your questions, I call it the 90 run score ban ke run out hone ka. We get ready, we prepare the museum, lots of our energies are spent in that. Once it is inaugurated, now we don't know how to attract eyeballs and how to get people. We freeze there, typical governments, most of us. So you talked of programming. The reason malls continue to be relevant is they have programming, they have book readings, they have new sales, they have something. It is not enough being a mall. There's something attractive happening every third or fourth day. So museums must also be live. Programming is a very important part of museums. And in addition to artifacts and everything that you have, I think a lot more in terms, museums need outside people, including marketing consultants. They must not, as we say that war must not be left to generals or soldiers alone. Museums must not be left to museologists alone. That's
So just as a layman, so in the last 20 years, I'll just give a cap of what I have seen as a museum. None of it was for excursion, or it was all professional. So 2002 was my first visit to British National History Museum. So 20 years back, they used to have this automated system where you press the button and it talks about it. Uh, Come back to 2010, I was in Van Gogh Museum and Rembrandt Museum in Amsterdam. And then they had this neck band where you keep on walking and it keeps talking about the artifacts. And we were still at the time where हमने museum बनाया, don't touch it, don't go near it, stay away. Camera cost 500 rupees. So moving further down to 2021, there's a museum in Canada that is a completely walk-through museum. You talk and it gives you an experience, a 3D vision, and you just enter from one side, you keep walking, you come out, and you have a visual experience. And there are times now where we have these 7D theaters and 5D theaters where you pay 500 rupees to sit on a chair that gives you a feeling of going through a mine. So if we can do that for a boat with a similar infrastructure, I mean, I'm sure children would pay for the similar amount for that. So that's a change that needs to be done. Like you were saying, society and marketing. Uh, that being said, it is when you see the famous museums of the world, they bundle themselves along with tourist tickets, 50% discount of 5 museums or something like that, which we have never done. We don't consider it as tourist attractions. We prefer it as historical attractions, which is not such a good thing to be in today's times. I'll talk. The last thing, that point is, last week I was in a place where they were having technologies for museums. So they had an interactive sandbox. So it was like a box full of sand, 5 feet by 10 feet. And suddenly, the child comes and they starts playing with the sand. There's a projection from the top of a landscape. So you put the sand together and it becomes a mountain. You put a hole, the volcano that starts coming out of it, and there's a tape that goes on what you are doing. So it is very interactive for the child. So similar things we can have for maritime museums, that you have a boat, you create a road, a sea route for that. So I think these are the times that we are already in. And I think if you're looking at 2047 or the Amrit Kal as we are calling it, that is something we really need to look at and bring these technologies today so that by that time we are equipped and ready for it. So that was just my comment.
Thank you so much to everyone for all of the suggestions. I think clearly we can keep continuing this discussion, but in the interest of time and lunch, let's take it to lunch and then do our discussions. Thank you so much to my eminent panelists for this very, very enriching discussion.
Thanks, everybody. I'm thankful to Priyank Madam for nicely conducting this uh, roundtable. All of us has enjoyed, and all the participants and all the persons those who have involved. I'm thankful to them. Just I request then Professor Murthy, G.S. Murthy sir, to kindly felicitate them. Okay. Shreyang Basu madam, please. This is a small token of love from us. Suru Bhattacharya sir, please. Next. Commander Father Faker sir, please. Rajesh Mahanti sir, please. Thanks everybody. Please join for. We'll start again the panel at 2 o'clock. Good afternoon, everyone. Now we are heading for the panel 2 on topic trade and culture. So it's a pleasure for me to introduce our chairperson, Professor Patitapavan Misra. Sir has educated in Delhi University, JNU, and Ravindra Bharati University. His main research area lies in history and culture of India, Southeast Asia, international relationships. After his retirement from Sambalpur University, Sir, as a professor in 2011, he took up his assignment as a visiting professor to Northern University of Malaysia, a senior academic fellow in Indian Council of Historical Research, New Delhi, as well as a senior academic consultant in Oriental University, India. He has authored several books and monographs in India, USA, and Germany. He has also contributed about 600 articles in about 101 encyclopedia, all published from USA and UK, and completed 6 research projects, 3 research activity focusing on maritime activity to Odisha. So these are just some few introduction about our speaker today. So may I request Professor Patitapavan Misra sir kindly grace the chair. So now may I request our eminent speakers, Professor Pankaj Jha, Jindal University, Sonipet, to grace the chair. Dr. Sunil Kumar Patnaik, to grace the chair. Rotarian Manpreet Singh sir, kindly grace the chair. And may I request Commodore Suman Banerjee sir, kindly grace the chair. Now I request Professor Patitapavan Misra sir to kindly go for the proceeding of the panel. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And this is indeed my proud privilege to be here this afternoon. And I am more so glad because my esteemed teacher, Dr. Mahanti, is there, Nimita Mahanti, my school days friend, Dr. Panda, is there, then so many boarding NCC officers, future generation. And with this audience in mind, just I will briefly talk about trade and culture of Southeast Asia as the topic is there. Then we'll invite panels one after another and we'll have question answer session if time permits. As far as Southeast Asia is concerned, as you know, India had very close relation and rapport with the region from very prehistoric times. So my focus will be on India in general and Orissa in particular because so many regions of India they are claiming their contribution and contribution of Odisha is being claimed, but also it should be claimed with a more vigorous and dynamic way. Because I am reminded of a letter that Sukarno wrote to Nehru in late 50s that while a shipment of rice was going from Indonesia to India from a port known as Porolinga, Sukarno wrote that this is the combination of two words, Purba and Kalinga. And Kalinga is the area from where the people came to this port first. And Indonesian as well as Indians, they have the relation of culture as well as blood. So with this thing in background, let us see some of the main points of trade and culture of both the regions from earlier times. There is no doubt that Indian relations started from even from prehistoric times, and our prehistoric archaeologists they have done extensive work on these two regions, how the language similarity between Austric people and Southeast Asian people is there, how the tools they use like shoulder edges, then how the potteries, not vessel, even semi-precious stones are found in both the regions. Then in ancient times, how the traders went there, And here, after the traders, Indian culture, I mean, followed. Here, trade doesn't follow flag, but culture followed trade. And we have the ancient text there. Our art and architecture is there. Then in social manners, in languages, we have many similarities with Southeast Asian people. Here, many theories have come. We need not go into detail because whether the warrior class they took the initiative, which is known as Kshatriya theory, or whether the Vaishyas they took the initiative, the traders, or the priestly class or the Brahmins took the initiative. Then there is talk of the process of comparing the Marx Weber thesis of Hinduization, how from Aryavarta people came and Hinduized the southern Odisha and the southern India, and the same thing may be applied to Hinduization in Southeast Asia. This is one theory. Then another theory is which M.N. Srinivas followed about the Sanskritization theory. And recently, Immanuel Wallerstein, he has developed the world system theory, center, periphery, and semi-periphery. Above, from all these theories, I came to the conclusion that neither Indian culture was implanted, n- nor it was a process of superimposition. Substructure was there in Southeast Asia because the autochthonous society of Southeast Asia was developed to such an extent that they could absorb the elements of Indian culture because the rice cultivation, wet rice cultivation, domestication of plants, South Asian traders were going also to even to African coast. All these things are not, I mean, in the realm of fantasy, but archaeological excavation points out. So when we say, or some people say that India or Odisha established colonies after colonies in Southeast Asia, it is an imperialist view of history of both the regions. Because people there, they had developed culture, they accepted certain things which they liked. And our job as historian or anthropologist or archaeologist is to see in an objective way what are the elements of culture and trade that we had with Southeast Asian people. In ancient time, lot of evidences are there. Then people they began to argue that okay, in ancient time it was there, but say after 14, 13th, 14th century, it was not there. But the facts point out to a another picture because when Islam came, the Gujarati and Coromandel coast traders who had become Islamized, they took extensive trade of India to Southeast Asia and started the process of Islamization in Southeast Asia. So we cannot say that the in medieval times the Indian contact was not there. It was there. Maybe in cultural aspect it was slightly less, but in trade aspect it was still there. And in Odisha also same thing was there. People say that after the end of Gajapati Empire there was decline. Of course there was decline, but not to the full extent because under the Mughals, the coastal ports like Harispur, Hariyarpur, Baleswar, they developed to a great extent. And the Muslim Subedars, they invested huge amount of money in the building activities. And there was export of elephant rice, all those things. Only in the colonial period, when in 1803, Odisha came under the subjugation of the British, then the picture points out it is a very sorry picture and it is also same with the Indians. But in 20th century again, there was development interest in the Indian freedom movement and Southeast Asian leaders were very much enamored and they were influenced by Mahatma Gandhi and Rabindranath Tagore. At that time, the concept of Asianism started to develop. So in the independence movement also, relationship was there, culture was there. When India became independent, from 1947 to 1962, it was a period of golden period of India-Southeast Asia relation. India at the heyday of relations, there was Bandung Conference, earlier Asian Relations Conference, then visit of leaders. But after 1962, there was a decline after Anglo-Indian War when India's prestige was at the lowest ebb, and India began to keep itself aloof from this area. And it went to such an extent that in 1967, when ASEAN was formed, India didn't rejected the invitation of joining. India at the time looked more towards Middle East or West Asia because of vote bank or anything you can say. But in 1990s, again the things began to change because of economic constraint, because of globalization and giving up of socialist economy, and India, turned towards what is known as Lucist policy. It was not a new policy because it was a deja vu. It was there earlier. India recalibrated it, and trade relation developed, cultural relation developed, and from 1914 onwards there was a new vigor to it, to this policy, which is known as the Actist policy. And India, with new enthusiasm, with new zeal, in diplomatic level, in other level, India actually acted towards a more, dynamic policy towards the region. So with this, we'll have a roadmap after the panelists they speak their they give their talks, and what will be the roadmap in 2047? What are the things we should project a vision for more relationship between the two regions? Thank you. Now, I would invite, and as the organizers they were saying, the time constraint of time is there. Always constraint of time is there in seminar, and we must abide it as far as possible. Maximum 14 to 15 minutes time. And our first speaker is Professor Pankaj Jha. He is Professor of Jindal School of International Affairs. He was a director with Indian Council of World Affairs for more than 2 years, a deputy director with NSC Secretariat, and member of high-level delegation to abroad, particularly UK and Israel. He is also editor-in-chief of prestigious JSIA journal. And now I request Professor Jha to give his deliberation. Thank you.
Okay, so for the first time, Mike is going at the 6 foot. So, usually after the lunch, the common thing is that if the audience sleeps, but I am one panelist who looks for the bed immediately after lunch. So for me, it's more of a Herculean task to talk the audience. For me, it's always, running against the wind. I am that kind of a person who wants to look beyond what is being taught. And this is what I also teach my students. And in fact, it reveals a lot. Before starting the lecture, I will be finishing in 10 minutes. I never got a pink slip ever in my life from the chairperson. So rest assured, the chairperson can be sure of that. The thing is that I was a liaison officer when I was in a younger days with the research. I was a liaison officer with the foreign minister of Maldives. And he was very proud and good person, and he was very accommodative. When he was leaving the place, he said to me those words, that we own Dhoni more than you. I said, it's surprising. Dhoni was never born in Maldives as far as I know. He said, no, the name of our boats is Dhoni. And he presented me a small model of that boat, which is Dhoni. And still it is in my house. The second thing he gave me was a pictorial representation of Maldives, showing how Maldives is beautiful and how it has been orchestrated. Now, my case is that if we want to look into our history, we would have to look not from the leftist lens. Let me be very frank. There might be people from Kerala, from Bengal who might be offended. I don't care. Left has taught us that don't glorify your history because that doesn't fit into their ideological apparatus. Because if you glorify history, your culture, your tradition, the whole thing of the leftist orientation gets collapsing down. So I teach internet strategic thought. I thought, why not explore what exactly is our history? Why it is being taught? And what I came across was startling. Why? Because our history is not taught by those who have researched in India, but somebody from abroad who teaches us your exact history is like this. And being the colonial mindset that we have, we don't accept anything which is English, anything which is coming from the Europe or the West. And what has happened? We have not developed a counter argument which is more Indic in orientation, which glorifies that Navy existed before anybody taught us how to really build the Navy. And take the case of Shivaji's Navy chief. I tried to explore it, but we hardly have any inferences with regard to what kind of a Navy was it, what kind of a boat it was. I went into Cholas. There was a wonderful work which was done by Singapore because there are a sizable number of Tamils which are there. They said commission a project to look into the Cholas' history, and they came out with a wonderful work, and they commissioned every spot for the researchers to go and search over there. And the problem is that we never explored. We were somehow very reluctant to talk about Vedas because it's communal in nature. I'm not afraid of it. I will talk if it is just, if it is there. Mughals, look into Mughals' history and everything. They have few ports under their control, but rest of the ports were with other kingdoms. So what are we really talking about? Maritime history? Look into India as a unified existing whole. And then we may be able to connect the dots which is really required. I am proposing, if Odisha can look into the Bali Yatra, which completely, dismantles this orientation that Hindus were afraid to go abroad because of the Sat Samundar Par wala stigma which was attached to it. Bali Yatra completely dispels it. Second aspect, there was an article which was written in 1992, which talks about George Tanham. He was a RAND, one of the popular think tanks. He says India doesn't have a strategic culture because there are 2-3 major phrases which have been connected to us. Happiness, contentment is happiness. Hindu rate of growth. Somebody whose name Sarkar says Hindu rate of growth 2% and we are happy. We are happy with our dal, roti and chawal. And I completely dispel this notion that this whole concept of righteousness, peace, please, we were not as peaceful as being projected into. We have become constrained into that whole edifice. Peaceful people, benign stakeholders. No, we were imperialists of the highest order. Look into Cholas, look into Kalingas, the impact that we have in the Indic civilization all across Southeast Asia. And we are proud to say that. When the consciousness dawns, when the Chinese foreign minister goes to Maldives and Sri Lanka and says, you have been tormented 17 times by a northern neighbor. He said, oh, we never knew that we have annexed Sri Lanka and brought their king to our coast and made him suffer. This is how your history is being told. This is how you acknowledge that this is my destiny because I'm colonized, mentally colonized as well. Then 2006, there was another guy who suddenly dawned into it. Look into the geopolitics. I'm more of geopolitics and security guy. 2006, a person whose name was Rodney Jones. He said India has a strategic culture. But why? This article was written 2005. We signed Indo-US nuclear deal. So let's put India on the top of it. All this is being played. It's a mind game. How you play it? He said India's culture is more of a mosaic. You need to understand. And I'm very happy that somebody started this conference with the Vedas, which technically shows that how rich our culture was. There was in the previous session, there was a talk about how to really build that maritime museum and sell it to the kids. Until kids and are not proud of the history, they will never take their kids to the museum. Bring that proudness within yourself. Burn fire. I'm not into that thing. Telling European there is a lot of caste system, there is communalism, and get a good grant and stay in Europe. I'm not. I hardly care. Because that's my inner. I'm an Indian and I'm a proud Indian. And that is the reason why all the electives I float in my university is fully booked. In 20 seconds, all the bidding is done and there is no seats for the Professor Jha's course. because what you the kids is your duty. I again propose 4 and 5 questions because this is 2047 and how we are going to propose our history, our future, our culture to it. The first aspect is that there are three aspects of history, geography, and culture. Interestingly, we have to bind this thing together. Furthermore, if I have a person who knows Veda, I have a person who knows medical history, engineering, all those things, bring them together. Bring that cohesive unit, whether everybody is not working in silos, but is connected to one another. If you look into Irisa, you take the sample, DNA sample, Papua New Guinea, which is way beyond Indonesia itself, you will find they have genetic, same kind of configuration. DNA is same. Somebody has done a walk and it's already available. So if you fuse these things together, maybe we will create an alternate history which every kid will be liked by every kid, and they will say, look, I'm proud of my history. Look into the way Chinese do it. They said we have an ancient civilization, much ancient than Indus Valley civilization. They have concocted story. They have concocted history, but they are proud about it. This is where the pride should be inbuilt in you. My kid, any kids who gets learned or educated from these kind of things, I think he will be more proud to look into his history with a very fine lens. So, a few of the recommendations. First, work on the history which connects with the people. I don't want Romila Thapar and anybody. Please, sorry, thank you. I have enough of them. Second aspect is that bring our Vedas, our just text into the wholesome thing. I cannot learn. I don't know Sanskrit. I don't know text. But my friend from Nagpur, you are from Nagpur. If you can bring in, I am from geopolitics, somebody from anthropology, somebody from history, bring them together. Let's create a history which is our own. Third aspect, 20437, I want a history which is 360. I'm sitting over here, I see a boat which is huge. My kid, he said, this is the first year, this is the second year, visit, this is so big. When he feels it, it is a complete technology revolution which is going within his mind. I should dream about my history. I should not dream about a American person wearing American flag trousers and playing basketball. Your history should be in your conscience, and that is what is being made into it. Fourth proposal, 2047, when we're looking into history and other aspects, we should look into those places which have never been explored. Our shipbuilding, where it was, what kind of it? When you look at India ASEAN relations, the action plan 2021-2025 talks about maritime history, ferries, and all those things. Have we created a service which takes people to all those shipping zones where ships have been built? We haven't. Chart out a map, bigger plan of action, and maybe we will be glorious civilizations once again, not a colonized India that we still are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Jha. Oh, talked about the dominance of a particular ideology in Indian history, which had vitiated the atmosphere, and he proposed that we should look towards our ancient past, we should look to our future, and we should write history and other subjects in such a way that Indians cannot be belittled and they will soar high. And he also talked about a vision of India in 2047 where real Indians will count and not our ex-colonial masters. So thank you, Dr. Jha. And now our next panelist is Dr. Sunil Kumar Patnaik. He needs no introduction, a reputed archaeologist, and he has done extensive work on Buddhist sites in Odisha, and he was very much attached to this Odisha Maritime Museum. He is also with the Institute of Maritime and Southeast Asian Studies. He had traveled widely and he had published so many books and articles. And it's a pleasure to read his articles and books to know about the real part of our state with scientific evidence, that is archaeology, not some myth making to glorify whether Odisha or India, that Odisha had trade relation with Peru, with Madagascar without anything, or with Borneo's name is Odisha name because Brunei of Khurda and Brunei sound same. Here is a historian and archaeologist who goes for scientific history, and we should learn from his works. So may I request Dr. Patnaik to give his deliberation.
Many thanks, sir. Respected galaxy of scholars and invitees. It is actually a proud moment for me that at least we got an opportunity to review our historical past. Because I am a historian and I am an archaeologist, I concentrate my talk on the newly discovered maritime past of Odisha because I am working. I am with the National Heritage Museum as a curatorial member in Lothal. I am also part of Motion project of Ministry of Culture. I am also part of Chola project of Tamil Nadu, and recently I also part of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana government doing this maritime work. So by the way, while we are working in this project, we just this, yeah, yeah. Just I have nothing to say. Our sir, Patidevan sir, has already reviewed, and you are all the learned scholars. You know everything. My discussion is all about how we come across while we are documenting the east coast of India, right from Rupnaran River or the Lower Ganga till Krishna Godavari Valley. We have come across lot of port sites, many of Buddhist sites, many of Brahmanical historic Hindu sites, and temple sites. All that built, there is very scanty, very rare kings and emperors has given any support. That is our theory that is now coming up. Uh, our background, as you know, all aware of it. Odisha or Kalinga has a rich maritime background. But one thing is that we are excavating a site called Radhanagar near in Jaspur. That is a settlement site, just an urban site. We brought beta laboratory dating, C14 dating from USA, Yami. That gone up to 4th century BC. Recently, I have excavated another site in Chalkulthi, that in Baleshwar district. That is a farming site, a Chalkulthi site. That the farming culture or Chalkulthi culture gone up to 1350 BC, and iron has gone up to 800 BC. So coming from 1350 of my work, then 800 BC Iron Age, then historical period 400 BC. Wherever you excavated the things, no, the Iron Age earlier there is a site called Golbai. There is the dating is again 1300 1400 BC. The earliest one is to 2100 BC. Between 2100 BC and 1300 BC, there is a evidence of boatman, boat building technique, use of iron nails in a boat. That is one of the rarest. That is, of course, not my excavation. That is excavated long back by Archaeologists of India. Right from that day onwards, 1400, 1500 BC, soon after post-Harappan period, or you can say Vedic period, that continuation of our Kalingan people, the technique, the technology of using iron, the technology of boat building technology is still continuing. We have documented several sites, boat building sites in Chilka area, Mathura, and so many sites in around. Still, people use the traditional knowledge. They have the knowledge. I have documented, and some places in Baleshwar also. But the Chilka people and Kalingapatna people in Sri Lanka, in Srikakulam district in Andhra Pradesh, they have the original knowledge of boat building technology. And all these are concentrated in around Buddhist sites. Buddhism in Odisha was the post-Ashokan war phenomena in 261 BC. As you know, Ashoka invaded Kalinga. And after that, the whole of East Coast is flooded with Buddhist sites, like that of Western India. Whole Sartabaha Patha, whole from Nasik to up to Pune and up to Pune, you find Buddhist sites. That is called Sartabaha Patha or Uttara Patha. and whole culture was flowing in this pathak. Now we are having Purviya pathak. That was not written in history so far. That we have given this nomenclature because of as Western India is continuing in flow of ideas, flow of technology, flow of architecture. See the Ajanta, Ellora, and all the cave sites of Western India. See the technology. The first depiction of boat is coming from Ajanta. And likewise, Eastern India is not explored much. That we have undertaken recently. Recently, we had a motion project conference in Delhi. There, very few scholars are concentrating on Eastern Indian East Coast research. Research is documentation is highly needed. In 2047 vision document, I must emphasize that we must have to have our documented history of whole of the East Coast. Yeah, Tamil Nadu people, they have several projects. They have Cholamandala project, they have Coromandel project, they have number of projects they have. But what about this Bengal, Odisha, Andhra, and Telangana? At least Andhra. We have to have fight, and we have to bring out the whole, the hidden treasure because it is all visible. Many of the sites are discovered. See the Kalingapatna. Kalingapatna is a very beautiful site, and I invite each of you, if find time, please visit Kalingapatna. Kalingapatna is earlier it was part of Kalinga. Now it is Srikakulam district. It is just in the confluence of Bansadhara and river, Bansadhara and Sea river. There, just 4 kilometers away, there is a beautiful site called Saliunam, and that is known in inscription Sarlia Petika, rice bowl, rice hill. And just after 4 kilometers, after that, in the same bank, we find the earliest capital of Kalinga Dantapura. That is a fortified site. The fortification still exists. Likewise, Sishwargarh, Radhanagar, then Chandraketugarh in West Bengal. If you count down, every 10-15 kilometers, you will find a urban site. And urbanization, use of iron, and use of technology, and use of knowledge. Everything is visible in these sites. It is good. Just have a look. I have given all the Buddhist sites and of East Coast up to at least Godavari period, and they connected with Chinese Silk route in the land route from Bamiyan in Afghanistan, in Bamiyan, and how it comes to connect Tamilipti, and from Tamilipti to Pumpuhar or up to Tamil Nadu coast. How it is a circle of Buddhism. We call it circle of Buddhism, and the same thing goes to Indonesia, goes to Srivijaya, actually Srivijaya area, and our route is from Odisha, from Pallur or Tamilipti, it goes to then Sri Lanka to Srivijaya, then China. We have many romantic stories about the Chinese emperor, how our people, one of the emperor Subhakrasya, how he went all the way to China and presented the Chinese king our Gandavuyo or Avatmasuk Sutra, a Chinese text written in Ratnagiri area. He presented there to the king of China, and how the travel log is very fantastic. There are so many. The journey of Kaundanya Brahman from Mahendragiri area and Ganjam area. It is a very fantastic story there. How we went all the way to Cambodia and my region, but historicity is there. All the historians agreed. Please go through. Please go through. So these are some of the sites that tell the story of our ancient past, and it is visually. It is visually. We have to see it and we have to accept it because all the remnants are there. From Tamlipti, we are having Jairampur there in Baleshwar, then Radhanagar, then Lalitiri, Udayagiri, our core area of Buddhism. Then comes to Dhauli, and near Dhauli there is a place called Aragar. Recently we have excavated, and one of the big stupa like that of Southeast Asian stupa we brought to limelight. Then after Jaugada, Ashokan inscriptions are there. Then goes to Bansadra Valley. Then goes to Vishakhapatnam. Vishakhapatnam recently Indian Navy has discovered beautiful sites, and 73 to 80 in between that. We have Thatalkonda and Bhavikunda. A beautiful port site. Much is not written about that, but these are 3-4 hillocks are there. Bhavikunda, Thatalkonda, and Bijankonda, Lingalakunda. All these are encircling Vishakhapatnam. And Vishakhapatnam is a very good port ancient time. Of course, from Cholo it is known. From 10th century onwards it is known. But before that it was not known. But now things are coming out. Satavahan period it was developed. And after Muslim Patna. So all the port sites, whatever remnants are there, they have some kind of history behind it. Please, just turn it. So this is my thinking. This is my submission. We have all the things of the East Coast. We have to document it and present and churn out the knowledge behind it, churn out the system behind it, and present in the vision document. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Patnaik. And he has beautifully summarized and presented the Horizon sites. And these are the real, pointed to Southeast Asia with scientific evidence. And we hope that in future he will excavate more sites and put the ancient glory of Odisha with a scientific basis. Thank you very much, Dr. Patnaik. Now I request Rotarian Manpreet Singh ji to come. He is an ambassador of Indian Knowledge System, AICT, Ministry of Education, Government of India. He has been associated with various organizations like Georgia India Business Council, then Government of Maharashtra, then many universities. He is ambassador, MAR, CUFED, Government of Nagaland, then Youth Committee, Council for Leather Exports, Government of India, and Rotarian instrumental with various government and private bodies for promotion of international trade and exchange in various sectors, including footwear and apparel, and President of Indian Chamber of International Business, which has which present in 42 countries around. Thank you. Please go ahead.
So thank you so much. And first of all, okay, so we need a better mic. Okay. Is the audio okay? Okay. So first of all, a big thank you to IKS and the entire team that has been here, that has curated this event, which is much needed these times. I would like to remind everybody that we come from the land of Bharat, where we are talking about Amrit Kal, and this is not the first Amrit Kal. It has been coming, it has been going. It is we need to remember it, like we need to remember a lot of other things of our past culture and history. I'm talking here today about trade and culture, and the trade and culture have always gone hand in hand. We talk about Vasudev Kutumbakam. This is what we are. This is what is Bharat. We treat the whole world as one, and this is what we need to remember and remind ourselves. It is this that takes us closer to the whole world, and this is what we need to talk about. In this times that we live in is very different. You sleep one night, you wake up next morning, the world is a very different place. The geopolitics is changing, the politics is changing, the trade is changing. Overnight you have trade barriers, and overnight you have trade barriers lifted also. So it is all opportunity. But is this new? I would say not. India has been the heart of geopolitics of the entire world since we know as what we call civilization. I don't like to talk about figures, but there are some figures that I always tell everybody. We have the world market share, the stake in the global market for Indian products and services. What is it? 2.5%, 3%, 3.5%. But what was it few centuries ago? 25 to 27%. This is an alarming figure, and at a time where access was not that easy. So how did we actually do it? We are actually told that, oh, we had the Silk Route, we used to take carriages, we used to go to Persia, we went to Central Asia, from there on to Europe. But we have to understand something. There is something called as practicality. How much can you carry on a horse carriage, on a caravan? We are made to forget this by various stakeholders across the last century or two. That how is it possible? We need to think that we have forgotten our maritime trade. How much can a ship carry and how much can a horse cart carry? The difference is obvious. The past has been told to us, but we have forgotten. When we do all these excavation sites, we've seen the evidences. When we talk about East, specifically under the Act East policy. The look east was there before, we saw, but what we do about it is more important. It's only when you act, when you move ahead, and when you decide that it's time to see how we change our perspective, is what we do now. My talk is about what next. We know about the history, we are talking about the history, but what do we do with that history today is what matters. I represent a chamber of international business present in 42 countries. Trust me, if 100 such chambers come together and start looking at even one country that India has been dealing with, we will still not be able to justify. I've traveled to nearly 47, 48 countries, and the kind of connect that India has is phenomenal. We do not cash on it. We have the largest brand ambassador of the world, which is our Prime Minister. We need to cash on that. Trust me, 20 years back when I used to travel, people used to ask me, "Are you from Egypt?" I'm like, "What? Do I look like an Egyptian?" Today, people come and say, "Oh, you are from India," without me saying anything. So, that is what is your brand value when you talk about trade. What are you doing about it? Well, that's for the industry to decide. When we look at the past, when we look at the history, we have to understand that it was trade that began and it was our culture that we took to the world. That is when people realized what we did, what we had. But what was so different? Why were we so different? We were one of the most advanced economies of those world. We had something called malmal, which was the best fabric of the time. We had the best cotton. We had the best equipment. We had the best hand tools. In a lot of countries, we are finding all these things. What do we do about those technology? We have technologies today. We have pillars standing which are rust free. Where is that lost? We need the industry to work hand in hand with the research institutes to get those texts back and commercialize them. We have started doing research, but are we commercializing them? That is one of the most important things. Commercialization is the key to trade. But what about culture? When we look back in history, we had the kingdoms. We had the traders those times that used to finance those kingdoms, which is very much true in today's times also. When you look at it, the have changed, the brandings must have changed, but still the same thing is relevant very much today. It's the soft power that counts. Somebody was saying before, one of the panelists, that we have been aggressive, we have been imperialists. Yes, but I prefer not to remember that. I prefer to say that we come in friendship and then we do what we have to do. This is something that we need to put out to the world, that we are here as friends. We need to work with each other. It's a win-win situation in a globally connected world. The shipping industry, in the morning we were hearing, it's all about AI. It's about unmanned ships that will transfer. You already have warehouses of companies like Amazon and others that do not have people inside. The same thing is happening to the shipping industry. The maritime industry. Very soon you'll have ports which will be fully mechanized anyways. So what next? Next is you need to go as an Indian to those shores and say that you are here to do business. I was in a country very recently, about 10 days back, which has been one of the best friends of India. And the trade is not that much. So my question was, we are so culturally connected, why is there no trade? The reply was, you never came. So we need to go out there and we need to put ourselves there. We need to be that soft power. See, the government's job is to facilitate. That is the important part. But it is the people who need to go out and put that out. We have the largest media campaign today about yoga. Now we have about Ayurveda. We have everything that you can think of. You talk about maritime technology, shipbuilding, you talk about astronomy, mathematics. We have given everything first to the world that we can think. We need to put it on paper, document it, and say that this is our document, not a westernized document. We need to say that this is our paper, our history, nobody knows better than us. We do not want anybody outside telling us we have been doing in the past. It's like somebody telling you, oh, do you know you have this much in your kitchen and 2 kgs of rice and 2 kgs of atta? Nobody but the lady of the house knows that. So this is what, you need to tell that, okay, yeah, you much for your information, but this is the corrected version. You need to put out the documents out there and with scientific proof. You know, when I travel abroad, people say, oh, you are a very religious country. You talk about religion, you talk about customs, you talk about cultures. My standard reply is, do you know about it? They say, no, why don't you tell me about it? I said, yes, we are researching about it. So the next question is, okay, so I said exactly the same thing. So now we have proof to say what we've been practicing for thousands of years is scientifically backed. That is what we need to do more. We need to pick up our traditions, our culture, and back it scientifically and put it out to the whole world saying that this is what we've been doing and this is why we have been doing. When we talk about countries as far as South America, there have been mummified things coming out of caves which are in yogic poses, centuries old. That's how far we had gone. I have been to Uzbekistan in a place called Termez. There's a Buddhist stupa that was built by Indians and that had gold inscriptions, real gold inscriptions, and that is preserved. But do we know about it in India? We do not. It is this thing that we need to bring the trade and the culture hand in hand, and we have to become that soft power and tell the world that we are here today with you, for you. What do you need from us? Talking about Southeast Asia specifically, you all know about Angkor Wat. That's the largest Hindu temple anywhere in the world. What do we have? We talk about, oh, the Britishers made this and the Britishers made that. But the point is, what have you done about it? What have you created? Thankfully, now we have started creating our own legacy. And it is not going to be overnight. There will be criticism. Oh, you spent so much and all that. But look at Taj Mahal for that matter, what you talk about today. I mean, you can't even imagine the kind of money that would have been spent. I'm sure those days also people would have said, oh, this king has gone mad. But it is what you leave for your generations, the things, the treasures that you leave for your coming generations is what is needed. There is a saying which is very famous, which we keep forgetting, that history is written by winners. We forget that. It is those who had won those wars have created their history. Why do you think after a war, the first thing they burn down is a library? When you look at history, that's what has been happening. They try to erase your past. When you look at Nalanda, we had everything which was documented for thousands of years. And the first thing that was done was destroy that, destroy the treasure, destroy the knowledge, and you create your knowledge. It is time that we find that knowledge back, we do research on that, and we take it back. We take our hands, we take it in our hands. When you talk about Southeast Asia, we're talking about Indonesia. They are very proud of the batik prints that they have. They call it that is our own and that has come from our treasures. But where did those blocks come from? Where did that cotton come from? Where did that indigo ink come from? This is something that we need to tell ourselves because they definitely know it. It comes down to entire Southeast Asia. And how was this possible? It was the maritime route that we are forgetting. We are made to believe that you are going on horsebacks and you are going and routing just because you forget the seas. The treasures of the seas are so immense that we cannot fathom. The Navy is here, they know very much better than us. The Coast Guard is here, they know that very much. It is these treasures. Look at the percentage of earth that is water. That should say it all. And I think with this, I would like to conclude my remarks. Thank you.
He has, thank you. He has participated in the Young Leaders Fellowship Program sponsored of Unification Education, Ministry of Unification, South Korea in 2019. He has got wide experience in the field of maritime security and foreign policy. May I request Commodore Suman Banerjee to share his thoughts with us? Thank you.
Namaskar and good afternoon. Am I audible? Right? Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's indeed a privilege to be in a panel studded with such experts. I especially thank Dr. Anuradha Chaudhary, who has extended me this invitation to be here today. And I would wish to acknowledge the outstanding initiative of IKS division in the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Culture, and Shiksha Anusandhan. In the past, the sea was much more central to our minds, connecting people and goods, and especially so when air travel was not so prevalent. But with the burgeoning population and most of the goods traveling by ships, and since the ships are now containerized and tankers are so big, most of us do not have, we have lost the practical connect, even though the apparels we wear, the devices we use, the fuel we consume comes through the sea. So we actually lost the practical connect. And as a mariner standing here, I can proudly say that almost 95% of the trade of India comes through the sea, and you must know that. But the question today is actually threefold. But before that, a small little geopolitical background, because I am a PhD scholar of international relations, that the geopolitical scenario today is quite volatile. And there are countries like China who are ready to give freebies to smaller countries, and they would like to grab it even at the cost of their sovereignty. And in the midst of all this, we are talking about how do we spread our culture. It is obviously a difficult proposition. So I intend to answer three basic questions. And that is that do the historical connections of trade and culture still inspire the unifying glue that we are trying to create today? That's the first question. The second is, can India be the central actor to unify at least the Indian Ocean, or at least the eastern side of, or the Indo-Pacific, as we call it today? And the third is that what should be India's compelling narrative? Now, I will take a few scholars, random scholars. I'm sorry, I have not read books of many scholars present in this room. But let me first take one scholar. And the famous scholar is Michael Pearson, who has written this book on Indian Ocean. And he, gives a vivid example, culture and trade, spread, and how India was the fulcrum of the spread of culture, etc. But somewhere down the line, he just lost hope. If you read his book, he says that now in this modern time, the Indian Ocean has become a part of the global system, and therefore it has lost its identity. That means clearly scuttling all the culture, all the trade that is part of a globalized world, and it is not anymore relevant. Indian culture, Indian Ocean unity and identity is not relevant. This is what he says. But fortunately, we have scholars, our own Indian scholars, who have refuted that. And one of them is, of course, Sugata Bose, who has written 100 Horizons, if you read his book. And he mentions that how, when the British had colonized, actually there were three layers of trade. On the top layer, the massive British Leviathan of British trade was going on. But just below that, there were moneylenders and there were Indian businessmen who were doing trade. So there were three layers of trade going on. And for Indian culture to spread, even though the British tried hard, it did not stop. It rode on the back of Indian trade. And therefore the Indian, and Sugata Bose has demonstrated that even between 1850 to 1930, the Indian culture was still spreading, and Indian on the back of Indian trade. And therefore, my argument today is that if Indian trade spreads, and as some of our speakers have mentioned already, Indian culture will spread. And as you see already around us, East Asia and Africa, as also in the Middle East, now we have temples coming in the Middle East because Indian traders are there. The government has to now only consolidate what is there. So my argument finally is that the question that I want to answer, that is it relevant today, the unification of the Indian Ocean, or and can it ride on trade and Indian culture? My argument is that the flag bearer of Indian trade and culture have been our businessmen, and they have the ownership to carry it. They don't have to do anything extra. They just do what they the trade. The India's businessmen and diaspora are present in Africa, Middle East, and South Africa, South Asia already, Southeast Asia, and we need to capitalize on this. The Indian movie industry has already capitalized on it. We just need to capitalize. So the condition is already ripe for India to play a central role in unifying not just us with the Southeast, but the entire Indian Ocean. We already have the things in place. The Indian government has already come alive to the unstoppable and upwelling influence of diaspora. It only needs to consolidate now. Initiatives such as the Act East, the Look West, Yoga, One Sun, One World, One Grid, International Solar Alliance, CDRI, only spurs India's arrival. With that, I come to the final question. What would be the compelling narrative for 2047? Because we are trying to make a vision document for 2047. What should be our compelling narrative? If India has to establish itself as Pax Indiana, or at least pro-Indiana in this world, we have two choices. One, the Pax Sinica, way of imposing culture and Orwellian hegemony on the world, which will undoubtedly put India on the path of conflict with the West and the rest. Or the second choice is to emulate the peaceful transition of power, which will eventually happen because India has to return to its second of position, like it happened between Pax Britannica and Pax Americana. I therefore argue that the government of India will have to conjure a palatable narrative. Even though there is so much diversity between Western and Indian culture, they have to accept us. Otherwise, it will not happen. Incidentally, the values of that lies already in the liberal international order. And because we are a liberal country, there is a need for repackaging under this theme, under this rubric. So that government needs to constantly repackage Indian culture with acceptable narratives like we have already done for yoga. Subtle, suave, sophisticated, and urbane. I would like to finally conclude by saying that trade provides the soil. The culture provides the protective cover of the seed of Indian power to grow. Thank you, and Jai Jagannath.
Thank you very much, Mr. Banerjee. Yes, really, put on linkage between trade, culture, and he has left the onus on the Indian business persons. It is they should take leadership and projecting Indian culture. And in a marvelous way, he has projected something for our Pax Indiana. With this, I must, on behalf of the organizer or myself, thank all our panelists for their beautiful deliberations. And if the time is there, we'll ask for questions or I'll give my concluding remarks and end the session. Please, please, brother.
Can you hear me, sir? I'm Commander Piyush. I'm from the Naval Odisha unit, the NCC unit, sir. It's not more of a question, sir. It's more of a suggestion that if you remember during the 50s and 60s, when America developed into the STEM fields, there was a layer of literatures, the layer of entertainment led by people like Carl Sagan, Isaac Asimov, those guys who made science interesting. I'm sure I speak for a lot of people who can say that history is boring. I've got kids here from NCC, and I'm sure all of you have spoken very well, sir, but they have not registered too much because we are mature people. We can draw out people from, when we say Java, we are not thinking of software, we are not thinking of Java coffee beans, we are thinking of Java the island, but not these guys, sir. I'm not demeaning them. I'm telling you that they're living in a different world. This is a world where YouTube had to change into YouTube Shorts, and TikTok wins always. So unless we speak that language, unless we break it down, and unless we admit that Amar Chitra Katha has done much more for Indian history than all the historians put together, we will not be able to reach the newer generation, sir. Just ahead, let's make it interesting, sir, entertaining, so that people can take on to it, study it, and get into it, sir. That's just my suggestion, sir. Thank you, sir.
So Amar Chitra Katha has, you mentioned they've done much more. That's a fact. In fact, now they're translating it to Spanish, Portuguese, and a lot of other different languages. And I think that is something that we need to do. And even if it is, for our children, we make small graphics or comics and all that, because the government cannot do everything. We have to understand that. It has to be a purely commercial venture. Because only when people, sad to say, but when you see money, that is where you run around. Even when you talk about ancient trade, it used to be money, it used to be lucrative. So that used to come. So when you attach a monetary value to the treasure that you have, that is something that can come out. I'll give you one very small example. I work a little bit with BRC, Baba Atomic Research Center. So like every other government division, they have a commercialization division. So they have technologies that they are giving for 5,000 rupees that you can, take it commercialized and all that. Hardly 20 people have taken it. Same technology, there's an American company that gives, and they charge 5 lakh rupees for the royalty per annum. They are having thousands of people taking that up because it just looks better. So when you attach a monetary value to something, 5,000, you think that, are 5,000 rupees, what will you get? That is reality that we are going through. But when we say, no, it's an American company, 5 lakh rupees must be something, it's much worse, trust me. But this is what we need to understand, that yes, commercialization is the key to the treasure and wealth that we have, and we need to bring to the next generation. In the previous panel, I had a comment on the museums. So in the museums, what is happening is we have a museum very much here. They put in a lot of effort. But we need to take these museum directors to the best museums of the world and show them where the world is going. Let them visit the exhibitions that are coming up with the latest technologies. So they want to do their best, but they should be given an opportunity. So it is all about 3D, visual, the touch and the feel. We have, we are going back to the latest schools. So I mean, it's out of the box of this panel, but sir, with your permission, you are having the Cambridge education system where they give you the touch and feel of things. Your child is made to walk on pebbles, stones, marbles, and then you come to know, oh, it hurts. I mean, we have gurukuls where you have to be bare feet for the entire day and you really know what hurts. So this is what you're supposed to tell your child, and that, treasure that. And when you talk about the generation, we try to explain to them about failure. That, if you try till you succeed. We've been talking since generations, and they're like, "Arey, what does this professor know about failure? We know it, we face it." So my question to the people in the college is very simple, especially the engineering ones who give the same paper 20 times, including me. So the students, when the moment they come and they say that, okay, their first year in college, they go and propose a boy or a girl and they say, no, doesn't matter. Next one is coming. So that's where it comes from. So that is what failure is. You leave the things behind. You know what to change. You go with that. So you have to realize how to move on with life. That is what you deal with failure. It's as simple as that. Thank you.
This is an answer to what the commander said. We recognize that, the Navy recognized it. Between Commodore Johnson and myself, we collaborated on a three-part Amar Chitra Katha series on India's maritime past. Part 1 is India's maritime history from Lothal till 1947. Part 2 is Indian Navy from 1947 till now. And part 3 is what we call Tales of Glory, which talks of all the great maritime heroes of our country. So we are at it and we are doing it, and I'm sure more will come. Those are available in soft copy through our Chitrakatha. But now that we have done it, guys, go and buy it. Gift it.
Can I? I don't have any question as such, but certain observations and also comments. First, with my young friend, my colleague, my younger brother, Pankaj. I appreciate your passion of your, the kind of pride you expressed to an Indian. But please tone down the stress of asserting your identity or your point of view. When you use the word, I am proud to become an imperialist aggressor. What is that you are going to gain in using this kind of language? I think please moderate that. I will wait a minute. Let me complete. Let me complete. So I think you can maybe sub down, maybe tone down your language, and because it is very easy to be misunderstood by people. Coming to Mr. Singh's mention about soft power. Soft power is an instrument of cultural diplomacy. It is a very powerful tool. But and you mentioned about yoga, very nice. These are the small elements of our display of our soft power element in our foreign policy. About foreign policy, cultural diplomacy is a part of our foreign policy, which the ICCR has been doing, and also it is not only India, many other countries also are involved in promoting their countries' soft power. Like, for example, Japan Foundation, where I was associated for 15 years, I think 16 years. So I have got practical experience of how to demonstrate a nation's foreign policy. I mean, soft power diplomacy. In that context, one small example also I would like to narrate, which probably help us in the process of how we project our foreign, soft power state India. Let me give you the narration. In 1975, when I was a young student in the Jawaharlal University, the then former Prime Minister of Australia, Gog Whitlam, 72 onwards, he was dismissed by the Secretary General, Sir John Kerr, for some domestic political reason. And maybe a couple of months later, or maybe 1 year later, he had visited JNU and made a presentation. As a young student, enthusiastic, immature, I asked him a blunt question. I said, can you please answer why you were dismissed by your Governor General? He was provoked. And he took pain to answer this particular question for about 30 minutes. In the end, he made an observation as if to kind of, rebut my, or maybe repudiate my question by saying, you Indians are the biggest in the world. What he meant was, Indian diaspora is now spread all over the world. So we need, this is a very sensitive thing. And how actually we assimilate Indianness in a different local setting is something very, very, carefully crafted. And I entirely agree with the Commodore Saab also mentioned the same thing. So I thought I will mention about this particular point of view. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Because of constraint of time, I have one request to make to our young friends who have come. Our young, naval candidates or NCC. Would you like to say something?
Good afternoon, Jain sir. I don't have any questions, but I'm glad able to attend this session. I got to know about a lot of things and how we should take up the situation and how should react to situation. Just the moment now, uh, sir told that we know that always there is a scope of improvement, and in every moment of life we get to learn things. Thank you.
Uh, Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for organizing this event for us. I would like to share an experience of mine. Recently, I did this camp EBSB, Ek Bharat Shresth Bharat, and we visited Konark. There, there in the museum in the Konark, everything was like everything was like technified. मतलब सब कुछ we can touch, we can visualize everything, so we can really as sir said कि तो हम एक फन वे में अगर देखें तो वो हम अच्छे से ग्रैस्प कर सकते हैं. तो वो मैं बोलना चाहूंगी सर कि हम जब कोणार्क गए थे, व्हेन वी विजिटेड द म्यूजियम, हम सब कुछ टच एंड फील कर सकते थे. वहाँ पे सब स्क्रीन्स लगे थे मॉनिटर्स में, हमने सब कुछ टच करके वहाँ पे पढ़ा और सब कुछ सीखा. तो मैं यही बोलना चाहूंगी कि हिस्ट्री को इसी तरह हम अगर टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ लिंक कर दें तो हम अच्छे से हिस्ट्री को ग्रैस्प कर सकते हैं. वही इंडियन नेवी में भी किया जा सकता है टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ लिंक करके. थैंक यू.
One question on imperialism. There is a book which is written, which is known as Indianized States of Southeast Asia. What does Indianized means? Technically, you are using imperialism with the term Indianized. So that is it. And second aspect is that our imperialism was different. We assimilated culture. We married into Southeast Asian girls. Chinese never did that. So our kind of accommodating and making them compatible with us is that's what our strength was and it still is. The problem is their Bhumiputra policy. They said we don't want to identify ourselves with any religion. And therefore, this whole concept of Indianized become much under curse. I'm using imperialism because that might be a wrong word, but that's how we were. I believe that. So it's honest to say that we occupied many of these countries. Thank you.
So
Just I want to add just one last sentence from my side. But other this is a never-ending this thing. So yeah, so this is he. We were talking about the soft power. Yeah. Yeah, so we were talking about the soft power. You mentioned that. So the only soft power that you all know is in the last 200 years. You're taking culture, you're going there, you're coming back. The only soft power I know is before 200 years, where we used to go there as sailors, which were your biggest emissary. Go there, get married, have multiple wives in multiple countries. Today, my wife will not allow that.
Sir, and this is Cadet Tejashwini Biswal from the Ravensa University. I don't want to ask any question. I just want to something that past 1 week, I'm just learning or reading about the history of the Cholas and the Kalingas. And today I'm attending this, and I can link everything like what you are saying about that. So I'm a commerce student. So I just want to ask you one thing. When you just said about the commercialization is the key of trade. So how a commercialization is a key of trade, not only trade, na sir, like many things are involved over there. So we can't not only say that only trade is the key of the commercialization.
Yeah. So that is the beginning. That is not the only thing. So we have to look at it as holistic. So what happens is commercialization gives you an impetus that you will get something out of. I'm not saying everybody is commercial, but most of the people are commercial. When you look forward, you said you're a commerce student, right? So you must have taken up commerce because you want to take up certain courses later on, get a certain job, get a certain status in life, get a certain income. So this is commercialization, but not in the short term, in the long run. So similarly, commercialization means, for example, now you have a lot of startups. So startups, just don't want to invent and keep it and take a patent. You might want to sell that patent, or you might to make a product and sell out of it. So that is what I meant by commercialization.
Thank you, sir.
I wish we had some more time. Just to conclude, this seminar organized by this our Indian knowledge system shows that for last some 8 to 10 years we are moving in a right direction. How to project Indian culture, and not only projection, not only the what is there in mind, but to act. That's what the act is policy is there. And what will be our vision in 2047? To have more contact, to have more rapprochement with the region, and for that we need to do certain things. First thing that comes to my mind is how many of us knows Southeast Asian languages? We lack in that. We go to Thailand, cannot speak Thai. We have to speak in English. How many people in India knows Vietnamese? If you want to develop very good relation between India and Vietnam, or for that matter, Basa Malaya. So a language teaching of Southeast Asian languages must be there in most of the universities, not only French and Russian or German. You go to universities, you'll find French or Germany. There is an imperialist attitude. We must learn the language of a region with whom we are going to have lot of contact. Then more of cultural exchange between the regions, more scholarship to Southeast Asian students, more MOUs with Southeast Asian government so that exchange will take between academicians, then business leaders, and the students also. Then government should give funding for more excavations, because the archaeology is the real thing where establish relationship between the two regions. Another thing we haven't looked into is, and this seminar also didn't look, what is the role of Northeast India? Because Northeast India is the real bridge between the Indian subcontinent and Southeast Asia. And how many of us know about the Ahom history? Because the Ahoms had an independent history of 700 years, taking the onslaught of the Mughals. And the Assamese and Arunachal people, they are the Ahomas. Ahom Thais we called. They migrated from Brahmaputra Valley, from South China Sea, about 12th, 13th century. And for 600 years, even the mighty Mughals couldn't capture them. Only once the Mughals captured them, that is in 1662, and Aurangzeb sent an army under a Hindu general, Raja Ram Singh. He captured the Ahoms, but for a short time only. And the Ahom culture is a mixture of Indian and South, so-called Hinduized and Southeast Asian culture. So we must look into the history and culture and assimilative process of that region, so that all things will be done in a proper perspective. With these words, I once again express my indebtedness and gratitude to all the audience who participated, then our panelists, and to the Indian knowledge system, which is doing wonderful work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you all panelists for this enlightened words. Now I request Professor G.S. Murthy, sir, just to felicitate our chairperson. I request Professor G.S. Murthy, sir, to kindly felicitate. Professor Patitapavan, Mr. Sir. Professor Pankaj Jha. Mr. Manpreet Singh. Dr. Sunil Kumar Patnaik, sir. Commander Suman Banerjee, sir. At the last, not at the list, I thankful to all the members those are present inside this. Kindly join us for a cup of tea. Then we'll move towards the Vali Yatra ground. Thank you, one and all.
As well, yes, yes, yes. So I just request everybody, there'll be tea here. Please have your tea, and then we'll go to the Bali Jatra ground.